Chapter 230, Compensation. Chapter 230, Compensation. Ouyang Yu looked at Yi Yuan's hand-grabbing refining method and could not help frowning. He already saw the pill formula that Yi Yuan gave him, other than the cloud, net, fruit switching to verdant nether orchid, and adding in clear joy GRAS. The other ingredients were basically the same. But the refining method in Yi Yuan's pill formula was very different from the one they researched out. Flame intensity, medicinal embryo, extraction, and such, there were many subtle differences. As the pill hall's hall head, Ouyang Yu's alchemy skill level was naturally beyond doubt. He could instinctively feel that if refined according to Yi Yuan's pill formula, the quality of the medicinal pill would surely go up a level. That was also to say that Yi Yuan's true rising spirit pill formula was much more mature than the one they developed. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yi Yuan could prove that clear joy GRAS could indeed neutralize the toxin of the tendon-gnawing blood. Ouyang Yu's basic skills were very solid. When refining pills himself, the weight of the herbs he casually grabbed was not far off. However, that was only not far off. He still needed to go through equipment to let the quant. 1. tie of the herbs be more accurate. The higher the tier of the medicinal pill, the more precise the herb quant. 1. tie needed to be. He did not dare to use some hand-grabbing refining method. But that did not stop him from watching Yi Yuan use this hand-grabbing refining method. From the herb quant. 1. tie that Yi Yuan grabbed each time. It should be roughly the same as the quant. 1. tie noted on the pill formula. But could he guarantee it was that precise? Even for tier 1 medicinal pills, the more precise, the higher the success rate and quality. Yi Yuan doing it like this should be him, not taking this refinement to heart, right? There was no way he could reach the degree of accuracy on the pill formula with just a casual grab. This was too heaven-defying. Anyway, he just had to prove that clear joy GRAS could neutralize the toxin of the tendon-gnawing blood, and Yi Yuan could be considered to have won. Because Ouyang Yu knew that if it could really resolve the tendon-gnawing blood toxin, Yi Yuan's pill formula was indeed stronger than the true rising spirit pill that they developed. The allegations of stealing would naturally be impossible to determine. Even so, the STU, Denis of Yi Yuan's basic skills already said the vast majority of alchemy grandmasters. There were even many pill hall elders who were inferior to Yi Yuan. However, Ouyang Yu did not say it. He just quietly watched Yi Yuan extract and refine the medicinal embryo. The refinement process was faster than they thought. The refinement of tier 1 herbs was less than worthless to Yi Yuan. It naturally would not take up too much time. The medicinal embryo is extracted and refined. Hall head Ouyang, come and inspect if there's toxin or not. Yi Yuan said the vessel over to Ouyang Yu. Ouyang Yu took the vessel to take a look, but his expression changed. The medicinal embryo that Yi Yuan refined was crystal clear, like it was a dark green crystal ball. Ouyang Yu had never seen anyone who could extract and refine medicinal embryo so exquisitely. It was simply a work of art. Ouyang Yu had refined countless pills, but secretly judged that he was unable to do it to such a level. Could it be that there really was a powerful alchemist master behind this Yi Yuan? Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's age, how could he possibly cultivate such impeccable alchemy skills? Hall head Ouyang, don't be in a daze. Quickly use a profound silver needle to inspect whether this medicinal embryo has toxins or not. I still need to refine the medicinal pill. Yi Yuan urged upon seeing the situation. Ouyang Yu awoke and glared fiercely at Yi Yuan. Then he retrieved a profound silver needle and stabbed it into the medicinal embryo. Similar to mortals using a silver needle to check for poison, alchemists use profound silver needles to check for poison. The profound silver needle in Ouyang Yu's hands was a high-rank magic artifact. It could detect all poison under Tier 4. That naturally included the tendon-gnawing blood toxin. Ouyang Yu pulled out the profound silver needle, and his brows knitted together slightly. Are really no toxin? Could it be that the clear joy S can really resolve the tendon-gnawing blood toxin? No way. The tendon-gnawing blood toxin is renowned for being an incurable poison. The detoxifying method is actually so simple. Although this sort of poison isn't very amazing, it can secretly affect a martial artist's bodily functions without their knowledge, ultimately turning the martial artist into a cripple. This was a poison that body could resolve in the endless world for the past few millenniums. It was actually resolved just like this. Seeing the profound silver needle without a single trace, the group of elders could not help exclaiming in shock and sighing. While amid the crowd, Yao Qian's face was currently ashen. The tendon-gnawing blood toxin was resolved, meaning he already lost the bet. Could it be that he, a dignified quasi-alchemy king, actually had to acknowledge an alchemy master as his master? This was simply an unprecedented shame. If this matter were to spread out, how would he establish authority in the Tranquil Cloud sect? Even if those disciples did not dare to say anything in front of him, they would probably gesticulate behind his back, right? Now, this can prove my innocence, right? Yi Yuan said lightly. Ouyang Yu's, Ouyang Ming's, and others' expression changed, and were unwilling to follow up. Luo Qingfeng and the others, however, did not understand. He could not help asking, Hallhead, Ouyang? Ouyang Yu gritted his teeth and nodded, counting as acknowledging Yi Yuan's words. This sort of matter could not be faked. He had no choice but to admit it. Luo Qingfeng also sighed in relief, secretly when he heard that, and said, since that's the case, Yi Yuan's crime of stealing the pill formula is unfounded. It's just that this medicinal pill is the foundation for my Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan, you're not allowed to sell it in the secular world. To compensate for the misunderstanding this time, the sect will award you 10,000 points. I hope that you won't resent the sect because of this case. As the master of a sect, these words from Luo Qingfeng were already considered a subtle apology. If it were an ordinary disciple, the trial would just be over. How could the sect master possibly say this kind of words? But Yi Yuan was different. He was too monstrous. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed was overly monstrous. Since it was proven that Yi Yuan did not harbor ill intent, the sect naturally had to nurture with full force and rope him in. Such a genius figure was where the hope of the sect laid. He would naturally be viewed as precious treasure. Yi Yuan obviously had the sense to appreciate the favor. He gave a bow towards Luo Qingfeng and said, Sect Master is also considering the safety of the sect. Why would Yi Yuan bear a grudge? However, dare I ask Sect Master whether the bet earlier is counted or not? Murmuring. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone's gaze looked towards Yao Qian. Yao Qian's old face turned crimson red instantly as he felt pent up. This. Luo Qingfeng was also stumped by Yi Yuan. While Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao level somewhat Serpa set expectations to make a quasi-alchemy king acknowledge him as master, Luo Qingfeng felt that it was still somewhat nonsensical. This way, how would Yao Qian dare to meet anyone in the future? Yi Yuan had a surprised look as he said, Elder Yao, you aren't going to renege, are you? Well, I know that asking a quasi-alchemy king to acknowledge me as a master is somewhat hard on you, but from a certain point of view, my alchemy Dao standards have already said yours. Hence, you acknowledging me as master seems to be justifiable. This was naturally Yi Yuan's humble words. His alchemy, Tao level, was far from just Serpa-S, Sing Yao Qian's from a certain perspective. With Yao Qian standards, he was not even fit to carry shoes for Yi Yuan. However, looking at this old man who nearly killed him being forced to yield, Yi Yuan had unspeakable delight in his heart. Right then, Xiao Jian suddenly thought of something and whispered a few words by Luo Qingfeng's ears. Luo Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he said, "Various hall heads, elders, this matter is concluded. What are we still waiting here for? Why haven't you left quickly?" Chapter 231. Price. Chapter 231. Price. Yi Yuan just stared at Yao Qian with a smile. Yao Qian's face was so shock-stricken that it was about to drip water. He stood there motionless, unable to leave. The group of elders' expression was weird as they left the refinement room. Of course, there was sympathy amidst the oddness. "Yi, Elder Ouyang hasn't left yet. Can it be that you want to acknowledge me as your master together with Elder Yao?" Ouyang Ming actually wanted to leave too, but his relation with Yao Qian was intimate. Leaving just like this was not very good. Furthermore, this incident, Yao Qian was also implicated by him. If he left, it would be too disloyal. Ouyang Ming's face repeatedly wavered, not knowing how to follow up. The bet was between Yi Yuan and Yao Qian. Sect Master Luo, making everyone leave, was already considering Yao Qian's face. It was not suitable for others to intervene. "What are you still standing there for, Elder Ouyang? Leave." Luo Qingfeng had not left but shouted at Ouyang Ming instead. Ouyang Ming looked at Yao Qian awkwardly. Yao Qian sucked in deeply and said, "You leave first. I know what to do." This. Ouyang Ming more or less felt relief from a tensed heart, but he obviously could not show it on the surface. Ouyang Ming only left while looking back every few steps after Yao Qian nodded his head and went out with Luo Qingfeng. After everyone exited the refinement room, Yao Qian sneered and said, "Yi Yuan, aren't you scared that your lifespan will be shortened by making a quasi-alchemy king acknowledge you as master?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Isn't shortening my lifespan exactly what you hope for? I don't even mind, so why should you?" Yao Qian could not help choking up, his eyes spewing fire. Yi Yuan pretended to be shocked. "Aya, is Elder Yao trying to silence me by killing me? The sect master is right outside. This isn't good. Talk. What terms do you want?" Yao Qian forcefully pressed down the rage in his heart and said somberly, What? What terms? I don't understand Elder Yao's meaning." Yi Yuan had a blank look. Yao Qian hated fiercely in his heart. This fellow was clearly pretending to be muddled, but yet he had to play along with him. "Stop pretending. State your conditions. As long as it's not to acknowledge you as master, any conditions will do." "Don't. With a quasi-alchemy king disciple, it would be so glorious if I go outside in the future. Why do I have to put out conditions?" An image involuntarily emerged in Yao Qian's mind. "You don't know Yao Qian? A quasi-alchemy king. That's my disciple. How is it? I'm amazing, aren't I? Pork." Yao Qian's chest felt stifled, and he felt a metallic taste in his throat. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. If this sort of situation really occurred, he would rather go die. Yi Yuan wanted to mess with him to death. Yao Qian could not imagine just how Yi Yuan could resolve the riddle that body could in the thousands of years of the endless world's alchemy world. If not because he knew the prowess of the tendon-gnawing blood toxin, how could Yao Qian dare to make this bet with Yi Yuan? Yet Yi Yuan really resolved this poison. Even with countless regrets, Yao Qian could not turn back time. The current Yao Qian had already sunk into a dilemma. A single misstep, and his reputation would be utterly ruined. Aya, what's with you, Elder Yao? Well, looks like our Tranquil Cloud sect treats the elders very well. There's too much blood in them that they can casually spit out a mouthful when they have nothing to do. And I must work hard and cultivate so that I can get an elder position. Yi Yuan did not hold any sympathy in his heart as he continued to pour salt on his wounds. Yao Qian merely had anger and anxiety inflict his heart. Vomiting a mouthful of blood was not a big deal to a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Furthermore, as a quasi-alchemy king, Yao Qian could replenish the deficit in blood vitality just by casually eating some medicinal pills. Indeed, Yao Qian failed to endure, and another mouthful of blood sprayed out. Yi Yuan wanted to continue talking. Yao Qian could not be bothered with vomiting blood anymore, and hastily said, Yi Yuan, say it. How can I call off this bet? If he let Yi Yuan continue talking, he would really die today from vomiting blood. A sea transformation realm powerhouse of his generation being angered to death by vomiting blood. This would absolutely shake the entire endless world. Yi Yuan saw that the intensity was just about right. He blinked and said, Elder Yao really doesn't want to be my disciple. Actually, being my disciple really isn't bad. I won't even let ordinary people be. This was not Yi Yuan boasting. In his previous life, only Ji knew how many alchemists wanted to go under his tutelage. But Yi Yuan did not accept a single one. Ji Qingyan disliked that teaching disciples wasted far too much time, delaying his researching the alchemy Tao. Yao Qian did not speak and just shook his head decisively. He was already on the verge of collapse. Sigh, that's such a shame. I can't show off to others in the future, Yi Yuan said regretfully. Quickly say your terms. Now that it had come to this, Yao Qian was already prepared to bleed heavily. Elder Yao is really generous. You know that sect disciples don't lead a good life. As a pill hall elder Yao should have quite a lot of points, right? Yi Yuan inquired with a beam. Yao Qian's heart jolted. How much do you want? Yi Yuan reached out 2 fingers. 20,000. Yao Qian's heart eased up. 20,000 points were already quite a number to core disciples. Is Elder Yao dismissing a beggar? 200,000. Yao Qian's eyes went wide. It was truly demanding an exorbitant price. Yi Yuan shook his head again. 2 million. 2 million? Why did he go rob? Where do I have so many points? Yao Qian was taken aback by Yi Yuan. 2 million was also an astronomical figure to Yao Qian. He only ACCU, mulat a million plus points back than when he was riding for the Purple Center Soul Incantation. Although the elder position was high, expenses were high too. The points he had on hand were only roughly 500,000 or so. 2 million points were 4 times his total net worth. Seeing Yao Qian's expression, Yi Yuan also came to realize that his asking price seemed to be too high. He originally wanted 2 million to give Jiang Yunhe for million to exchange for the Purple Center Soul Incantation. Then he would have 600,000 left, which should be enough to use for a long time. It looked like this plan was going to go bust. How much do you have? I only have 300,000. Like that, huh? Then no talk. Wait. Yao Qian hurriedly said, I can gather up to 1 million, but 2 million are really too much. Even us elders can't possibly have that much. 2 million points. Even if I don't use points in the future, I would also need to S them for 10 years. You can ask the other elders about this, and you'll know whether what I said is true or not. Yi Yuan rubbed his chin and was still quite dissatisfied. But since Yao Qian already said this, it was almost certainly the case. However, he was certain that Yao Qian definitely understated his own points. 2 million. No less. he had to pay some price since he wanted to call off the bet. The price was that Yao Qian would have to work for free for others several years after. Yao Qian did not say anything as his expression flickered indecisively. 700,000 points. He basically had to forget about doing other things for the next 5 years. It would essentially all be used to repay the debt. However, to really recover, it would require at least 7 years. But compared to becoming Yi Yuan's disciple, he would rather spend his days in debt. Finally, Yao Qian gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Deal." Chapter 232, Distributing Wealth. Chapter 232, Distributing Wealth. Senior apprentice brother Mo, quickly think of a plan. Yi Yuan hasn't returned yet. Did something happen to him? Luer asked anxiously. Yeah, senior apprentice brother Mo. Among us here, only you have the right to talk. Why don't you go and inquire to see if they did anything to Yi Yuan? Nanfeng Ruoqing also said, the few people were like ants on a hot pan, walking around Mo Yuntian nonstop. But Mo Yuntian also had a helpless face. Not that I don't wish to help junior apprentice brother Yi, but I really don't have the power to speak. The tri-hall joint hearing, I must be at the elder position and above to join. Furthermore, it's strictly confidential. It's simply impossible to inquire about the news. Then we just sit here and wait blankly? We have to do something. Nanfeng Jiro also voiced out. Mo Yuntian shook his head and said, the only thing we can do now is to trust Master. With him present, he definitely won't let Yi Yuan suffer. Moreover, Yi Yuan's talent is plain for everyone to see. I believe that the sect master is unlikely to do something that would cripple the sect's prospects. The group discussed for a long time, but did not come up with anything. Luer could not sit still anymore. No way. I have to go find young master. Finus. Plussing, she sprinted out of the door. But right after stepping outside, she just happened to see Yi Yuan, who strolled into the court. Young master was perfectly fine. When Luer saw that Yi Yuan was fine, the rock in her heart was finally put down. Young master, they didn't do anything to you, right? Luer still asked rather worriedly. Your family's young master is a divine king's reincarnation. What can they do to your family's young master? Yi Yuan cracked a partly true, partly false joke. Either way, Body would believe him. Will you die if you don't brag? Don't you know how worried Luer was for you just now? Nanfeng Jiro also followed out and said exasperatedly, Aren't I fine? Ha! Thanks so much for everyone's concern. Since everyone's here, that also saves me the trip of finding each of you one by one, Yi Yuan said with a chortle. And you just came from the tri-hall joint hearing. What are you looking for us for? Long Tang asked rather puzzledly. Go in and talk. The few people entered the house and sat down. Senior apprentice brother Mo, senior apprentice sister Nanfeng, junior apprentice brother Long. The three of you take out your ident. 1. Tai tokens. I have a large gift I want to give you guys. Yi Yuan said it bluntly. And large gift? Can it be? The people here were sharp-witted people. Hearing that Yi Yuan wanted their ident. 1. Tai tokens, they naturally guessed what Yi Yuan wanted to do. But it was precisely so that they were even more skeptical. Wasn't Yi Yuan escorted to the tri-hall joint hearing? Why did he bring points back? Doubts were doubts. The three people still took out the ident. 1. Tai tokens as asked. Yi Yuan also took out his own ident. 1. Tai token and used soul force to transfer some points respectively. He originally needed so many points because he planned on giving them to Jiang Yunhe to exchange for the lower half of the purple center soul incantation. But now that there was still a huge chunk of points missing, Yi Yuan obviously needed to think of some other ways of earning points. He knew that it was very challenging for newly accepted sect disciples to stride forward, so he naturally would not be stingy. He distributed some points to Nanfeng, Ruoqing, and the others. Either way, there was still 200,000 points to be earned. He did not care about this paltry amount. 10,000 points. Yi Yuan, where did you get so many points from? Nanfeng, Ruoqing, inserted her divine sense into the token and could not help being greatly alarmed. Mine is also 10,000 points. Long Tang said, Junior apprentice brother, Yi, isn't this way too much? You just entered the sect. There are still many areas you need to use points in. Although I don't know where your points came from, giving it to us like this. Do you have enough left to use? Mo Yuntian asked hesitantly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Relax, senior apprentice brother Mo, I have plenty of points. Come and look for me again after you finish. Senior apprentice brother Mo, right now is the crucial period for you. You have many areas where you need points for. These bit of points to express this junior apprentice brother's goodwill. Mo Yuntian was presently at the 6th level crystal formation realm and about to break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm. He naturally could not avoid the cost for stepping into late-stage crystal formation realm. Of course, Yi Yuan was not giving him so many points because of Mo Yuntian's expenses, but because he was indebted to him for saving his life. But this is too much. Mo Yuntian was rather embarrassed, as said, Senior apprentice brother Mo, how many points did Yi Yuan give you? Nanfeng Jiro could not resist asking like a curious baby. 50,000 points. Hiss. What's going on? Yi Yuan, didn't you go to the Tri-Hall joint hearing? Why did you come back with so many points instead? Nanfeng Ruoqing sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan snickered and recounted today's experience briefly to everyone, making them wide-eyed and dumbfounded. 2 million points. Mo Yuntian stayed at the Tranquil Cloud sect for 10 years and did not have so many points even if he added everything up. But Yi Yuan only used 6 days to get these. Mo Yuntian smiled bitterly and said, to think that junior apprentice brother Ye's alchemic talent actually do not pale in the slightest bit to your martial talent. However, you've offended the Ouyang family to the core this time. No matter. Even if I don't offend them, they would also come and offend me. If they dare to come to find trouble with me again, I don't mind getting some more points, Yi Yuan said confidently. Right then, a symbol suddenly appeared in front of Mo Yuntian and started immolating, turning into ash instantly. A barely imperceptible streak of essence energy tunneled into Mo Yuntian's ear. It's the sound transmission talisman that master sent. He asked me to bring junior apprentice brother Yi to see him, Mo Yuntian said. Hall head Xiao? I'll go with you, Yi Yuan replied. This meeting with Xiao Jian, Yi Yuan absolutely had to go. Seeing Yi Yuan once again, Xiao Jian sighed unceasingly. He initially wanted to exert utmost effort at the Tri-Hall joint hearing to help Yi Yuan out of his predicament. He did not imagine that he did not help much, but Yi Yuan himself slaughtered his way in and out. However, he ultimately butchering Yao Qian until not even a fragment of armor was left. Although not a lot of time said the matter of Yao Qian giving Yi Yuan 2 million points was already circulating among the upper echelons. Yao Qian alone naturally did not have so many points. He had to find other people to lend points from. This incident obviously could not be concealed. The first person Yao Qian went to find was, unsurprisingly, Ouyang Ming. But Ouyang Ming's points on hand was even lesser than Yao Qian. Furthermore, Ouyang Ming obviously could not lend all of his points to him. Yao Qian could only find a few elders with pretty good relations and finally barely managed to gather together 2 million points before transferring to Yi Yuan, a bet to exchange for 2 million points. In the history of the Tranquil Cloud sect, people dare not say that there would absolutely be no successor to Yi Yuan, but he definitely had no predecessors. Of course, this sort of bet looked simple, but without heaven-defying strength, don't even think about it. One had to know what Yi Yuan resolved was a puzzle that body could in thousands of years in the endless world. Before this, Xiao Jian was truly unaware that Yi Yuan's alchemic talent was actually so heaven-defying. This way, there was nothing odd about him possessing the true rising spirit pill. Yi Yuan. Xiao Jian stared at Yi Yuan as he spoke, but swallowed back his words. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and took out the Tsanghua sword from his storage ring and said it to Xiao Jian. Chapter 233, Not Lacking Money. Chapter 233, Not Lacking Money. Seeing the Tsanghua sword, Xiao Jian's eyes became glued to it as he took it over from Yi Yuan's hands with trembling hands. He lightly caressed the sword body, his eyes already wet. Yi Yuan and Mo Yuntian remained silent and watched Xiao Jian reminiscing Lu Yen quietly. Tsanghua, to think that this parting lasted over 100 years. Xiao Jian said with an emotional sigh. The current Xiao Jian seemed to have already walked out from his reminiscing Lu Yen emotions and recovered back to that Marshall Hall's hall head with intertwining sword intent. He returned Tsanghua back to Yi Yuan and said emotionally, "It looks like Tsanghua has already acknowledged you its master. It followed master for 200 years and virtually became one with master, but it recognized you as its master so quickly. It can be seen that you have an affinity with it." Towards these words, Yi Yuan was still quite contemptuous. Merely an 8 restrictions spirit artifact. It was effortless for Yi Yuan to want to subdue it. Furthermore, Yi Yuan fused the Azure Dipper purple Yang sword intent on the Nine Heavens Road. This had the utmost attraction to the Tsanghua sword. Recognizing a master was naturally not peculiar either. What Lu Yen pursued throughout his life was merely just the Azure Dipper floating zero sword art, while Yi Yuan's sword intent far Serpa. As said that, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tsanghua is spiritual. This period of time, it indeed helped me out a lot." Of course, the Tsanghua sword was undoubtedly an excellent helper to the present Yi Yuan. If he did not have the Tsanghua sword, there was no way his Azure Dipper floating zero sword would have such incredible might. Regardless whether it was the 9 swords stance or 1,000 flowing petals, they both required the support of a powerful weapon. And the Tsanghua sword was naturally the most convenient weapon to the spirit condensation realm Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan did not possess the Tsanghua sword, the power of these 2 moves would be greatly diminished. "Is master all right?" Xiao Jian asked rather tearedly. Yi Yuan smiled and did not answer. Only then did Xiao Jian come around. Yi Yuan went through the Nine Heavens Road, so he obviously had to swear a Heaven Dao oath. How could he possibly answer his question? My question was somewhat impetuous. Back then, master did not have much lifespan left, but suddenly disappeared. I guessed that he could have left for the Nine Heavens Road. Master's life aspiration was to revive the Tranquil Cloud sect, then charge back to the northern domain. For this, he did not mind sacrificing his flesh body to enter the Nine Heavens Road as a divine soul. It was truly a wax torch becoming completely dry. With the heavens' blessings, master managed to wait until you arrived. I believe that master must have been overjoyed then. From Xiao Jian's words, Yi Yuan could tell that he truly understood Lu Yen very well. The truth was not far off from his conjectures. In future, when my longevity approaches its limit, I'll definitely follow in Master's footsteps and seek out a successor for the sect. Xiao Jian said decisively. Yi Yuan heart was moved, but he shook his head and said, Hall head Xiao, perhaps you master and disciple still can meet again someday. Why say something so despondent? Xiao Jian thought that Yi Yuan was consoling him. He waved his hands and said, I originally thought that I would never hear news about Master again in this lifetime. I didn't think that he actually let you bring the Tsanghua sword out. Yi Yuan, I know that you're not some small creature that will stay in the pond. I only hope that you'll treat Tsanghua well and be good to my tranquil cloud sect. Other than taking a look at the Tsanghua sword, this was probably Xiao Jian's biggest goal. With the performance at the Tri-Hall joint hearing plus the 1,000 flowing petals that Mo Yuntian saw before, Xiao Jian could already tell that Yi Yuan was absolutely not something the tiny tranquil cloud sect could retain. Just like Lu Yen, Xiao Jian only hoped that Yi Yuan would remember the tranquil cloud sect's nurturing and not forget where he came from. That was all. As for the strength of the sect, it was not the work of a single day. Unless Yi Yuan were willing to pour his entire life's effort into this place. Otherwise, it would clearly be impossible to strengthen the Tranquil Cloud sect within a few short decades. Yi Yuan himself said it. Entering the sect was only for the experience. His real backing was that unfathomable master. Hearing Xiao Jian said these, Yi Yuan knew that the goal of him pulling out that fictional master of his had already been achieved. The Tranquil Cloud sect was just a stopover on his path to the top. It was impossible for him to halt for too long here. If the sect entrusted all of its hopes on him, then that would be a catastrophic mistake. Yi Yuan did not have so much time. He had to return to the divine realm as soon as possible. Of course, Yi Yuan would do everything he could to help the Tranquil Cloud sect. As for to what degree they could develop to, that would have to depend on the sect's fortune. Rest assured, Hall head Xiao, I'll always be a part of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan just replied lightly with this sentence. This was already his greatest promise. Haha, good. It's enough to hear this sentence from you, Xiao Jian said with a chuckle. Leaving Xiao Jian's place, Yi Yuan did not return but went to the refining room again. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, elders and above had their own refining rooms, while the refining rooms used by disciples were communal. Same as the cultivation rooms, using the refining rooms always required the expenditure of points. However, when Pill Hall disciples used the refining rooms to craft finished products, they could sell a portion to the sect to exchange for points. Hence, every time Pill Hall disciples used the refining rooms, they would prepare ample ingredients to refine many medicinal pills in one shot. Of course, the points that could be exchanged for each type of medicinal pill was different. But in comparison, it was much easier for Pill Hall disciples to obtain points than Martial Hall disciples. The majority of Pill Hall disciples had some foundation, like Nanfeng Ruoqing, an alchemist who was selected to enter the sect. She could directly refine a complete Tier 2 medicinal pill independently. Points would naturally be much easier to earn. This senior apprentice brother, I want a Tier 3 refining room, Yi Yuan said to the disciple on duty. The disciple on duty shot Yi Yuan a glance and said in surprise, You're a Martial Hall disciple, right? Concurrently holding the rank of low-rank alchemy master. What are you using such a high-tier refining room for? I say, Junior, you don't need to squander points in this manner, even if you have a lot, right? You'd better use a Tier 2 refining room. Yi Yuan was wearing a Martial Hall disciple outfit, but a 2-star badge was hanging from his chest. That disciple on duty could obviously see it distinctly. This disciple on duty was a warm-hearted person who tried to advise Yi Yuan enthusiastically. Yi Yuan did not think such a situation would occur. He smiled and said, "Many thanks for Senior Apprentice Brother's concern. But a Tier 2 refining room is really insufficient. It's better you give me a Tier 3 room." Tier 2 medicinal cauldrons simply could not withstand the refinement of Tier 3 medicinal pills because the intensity of flames that Tier 3 medicinal pills required was much stronger than Tier 2 medicinal pills. Even for a peak Tier 2 medicinal cauldron existence, a single mishap, and the cauldron would blow up. Hence, Yi Yuan wanted a Tier 3 refining room. Junior Apprentice Brother is new, right? Yes. I've only entered the sect for a few days. No wonder. Junior Apprentice Brother is likely still unaware of the value of points. Wasting it like this will affect your future cultivation. Senior Apprentice Brother, I really want to use the Tier 3 refining room. Sigh, I say, why are you so stubborn? Don't tell me that you, a low-rank alchemy master, can refine Tier 3 medicinal pills. One day in a Tier 3 refining room requires 300 points. Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this. Yi Yuan was on the verge of collapsing, but he was truly advising from the bottom of his heart, so he really could not lose his temper. Feeling helpless, Yi Yuan directly fished out his ident. One Tai token and threw it to the disciple on duty, saying, "Swipe away, Senior Apprentice Brother. I do not lack money." Chapter 234. Try Origins Samsara Art. Chapter 234. Try Origins Samsara Art. The disciple on duty took Yi Yuan's token to swipe it and laugh at the same time as he said, "Ha! You've just entered the sect for a few days. How many?" The second half of the disciple's words were forcefully stuck in his throat. 13,100,000 points. He read it multiple times before confirming that he did not see wrongly. How can there be tea this much? The disciple on duty's eyes went wide, and his words even became stutters. "Can I enter now?" And 2 days will do. I'll have to trouble you, Senior Apprentice Brother. Yi Yuan obviously would not explain where these points came from. The disciple on duty helped Yi Yuan's swipe 600 points mechanically, then woodenly watched Yi Yuan walk inside. Ever since he entered the sect, he had never seen so many points before. This kind of visual impact was truly overwhelming. 1,000,000 points. How many Tier 2 medicinal pills needed to be refined to exchange for that? The disciple on duty could not help doing mental arithmetic. Yi Yuan wanted a Tier 3 refining room, naturally to refine Tier 3 medicinal pills. The Tier 3 medicinal pills he could refine now were not many. He could basically only refine low-grade Tier 3 medicinal pills, but this was already enough. The Demon Crystal Pill was only a low-grade Tier 3 medicinal pill. He promised Yuan Fei back, then the Demon Crystal Pill, and now he could already refine it. It was a full 10 months in advance of the time promised back then. The ingredients that the Demon Crystal Pill required were not uncommon. Yuan Fei had them prepared long ago. He was only waiting for Yi Yuan to become an alchemy grandmaster. Yi Yuan formed a seal, and Yuan Fei appeared. Seeing that they were in a refining room, Yuan Fei was rather unsure. "Young master, this is—" "Yuan Fei, this period of time, you went through fire and water with me. I've always borne this in mind. Now the time to repay you has arrived," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yuan Fei reacted very swiftly and said delightedly, "Young master, you mean Demon Crystal Pill?" "That's right. But, young master, you're only—" Yuan Fei saw Yi Yuan's realm and could not really continue speaking. How could an alchemy master refine a Tier 3 medicinal pill? Only an alchemy master? Don't tell me you think I called you out just to mess with you? Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Yuan Fei dare not. I originally thought that I would only have high-rank alchemy master soul force at the late-stage spirit condensation realm. That's why I promised you a year's time. But now, I already have the soul force of a high-rank alchemy master, so we obviously don't need to wait for such a long time. Yuan Fei was exuberant when he heard it and said, "Young master actually has such strength." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Naturally, although it will be somewhat strenuous, refining the demon crystal pill shouldn't be an issue." The strenuous Yi Yuan talked about was actually referring to insufficient essence energy. The consumption of essence energy to alchemists was naturally much greater when refining Tier 3 medicinal pills. If Yi Yuan had late-stage spirit condensation, realm strength, refining would be much easier. In fact, Yi Yuan's present essence energy could already compare to ordinary late-stage spirit condensation realm, but the expenditure of Tier 3 medicinal pills was far from comparable to Tier 2 medicinal pills. That was why it was taxing. Listening to Yi Yuan's words, Yuan Fei started to tremble with excitement. He gave up the dignity of an ape king to willingly become Yi Yuan's servant. Wasn't it for today? Now that Yi Yuan actually realized the first promise so quickly, how could this not agitate him? Yuan Fei thanks, young master. Haha, I know that you still have doubts in your heart. So give thanks after I refine the medicinal pill. Yi Yuan retrieved the ingredients from his storage ring and started to fiddle with it on the operating station. The refinement of Tier 3 medicinal pills was not as easy as Tier 2 medicinal pills. Otherwise, there would not be so few alchemy grandmasters. Wanting to refine Tier 3 medicinal pills, the bare minimum requirement was soul force reaching the degree of alchemy grandmaster. That also meant that only a heaven-defying existence like Yi Yuan could use refinement techniques to compensate for the inadequacy of soul force. But it was not that one could compensate for this kind of inadequacy just by grasping the refining method. Yi Yuan's refining technique had to be trained to the legendary realm before he could accomplish this sort of impossible task. Leaping ranks to refine medicinal pills was much more challenging than crossing ranks to do battle. Many martial artists could leap ranks to battle, but there was likely not a single one who could leap ranks to refine medicinal pills in the endless world. Perhaps there were some alchemy path geniuses with powerful soul force that could cross a minor rank to refine medicinal pills, but it was virtually impossible to cross a major realm to refine medicinal pills. Forget about the endless world. Even in the divine realm, those who could leap ranks to refine medicinal pills were scarce and few. The other thing was essence energy. The higher the medicinal pill rank, the greater that expenditure of essence energy. Without the adequate essence energy reserves, it was basically impossible to support the refinement of the medicinal pill to completion. Only refining techniques that had reached the legendary realm could lessen the consumption of essence energy to the greatest extent to complete this kind of virtually impossible thing. Crossing ranks to refine Tier 3 medicinal pills was also a humongous challenge to Yi Yuan. For this, he even specially spent 15 minutes to meditate. He only started the preparation work after he completely entered heart, like still water state. Preparing the herbs, extracting and refining the medicinal embryo, Yi Yuan's preparatory work was done very quickly. But this time, Yi Yuan's preparatory work was different from the past. He did not split the herbs into two portions. If Nanfeng Ruoqing were present, she would surely be greatly alarmed and asked, could it be that you are not using the yin-yang separation flow technique to refine Tier 3 medicinal pill? Yi Yuan really did not plan on using the yin-yang separation flow technique. Arriving in front of the medicinal cauldron, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and abruptly fired out a streak of fire from his finger, enveloping the medicinal embryo. It was precisely the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Yi Yuan pushed the power of the cleansing sandal sacred flame to the limits of Tier 2, but it was much better than the refining room's fire seed. The first step, cleansing, the extraction and refinement of medicinal embryo, was only a crude refinement. There were still various kinds of residual dregs within the ingredients, which must be cleansed completely using flames. The cleansing sandal sacred flame had an innate advantage at this step. Its innate attribute was cleansing. It was precisely so that the cleansing sandal sacred flame was one of the essence fires most adored by alchemists. Yi Yuan's hands danced around like phantoms while that bundle of fire danced along with Yi Yuan's hands. After a few short moments, Yi Yuan's hands split and pressed down, only to hear a boom. The entire medicinal cauldron ignited instantly. The refinement officially began. Triorigins Samsara art. Begin. Yi Yuan gave a soft cry. The flames in the entire cauldron instantly skyrocketed. At the same time, Yi Yuan's figure also vanished from its original spot, leaving behind an afterimage. Seeing this scene, Yuan Fei's eyes became fixated. Although he did not know alchemy, he was present when Yi Hang was refining pills before, and there was not such a commotion. Similarly, refining Tier 3 medicinal pills, wasn't this commotion too big? With Yuan Fei's visual prowess, he could naturally see Yi Yuan's figure. While Yi Yuan's actions were extremely fast, virtually like going in circles around the medicinal cauldron, Yuan Fei could see clearly that Yi Yuan only paused slightly at 3 points surrounding the medicinal cauldron. And every time he stopped, he would form an extremely profound seal, striking it into the medicinal cauldron using essence energy. Young master's alchemy skills are much stronger than his father's. I really don't dare to believe it. He's only 15 years old. How on earth did he train it? Yuan Fei was blown away. Chapter 235, Dual Breakthroughs. Chapter 235, Dual Breakthroughs. Although Yuan Fei was an outsider in terms of alchemy, he still had a good knowledge of it. Yi Yuan's refining method was not even on the same level as Yi Hang's. Yuan Fei could tell that Yi Yuan only struck out seal at 3 points. The location where he fired out the seals and his strength were exactly the same as the previous time. Being able to ensure such outrageously exquisite skills during such high-speed movements, judging with his own abilities, Yuan Fei was certain that he simply could not do it. Even the Tier 3 him could not do it, but Yi Yuan did it. Yuan Fei felt that this sort of refinement technique, without repeatedly tempering over and over again, it was impossible to achieve. The problem was Yi Yuan was only 15 years old. How did he do it? Furthermore, Yi Yuan's technique flowed freely like water, making him feel relaxed and refreshed in spirit. It was clearly a set of seals, but Yuan Fei felt that it was a kind of art. It was simply inconceivable. Yuan Fei was only a layman. As the saying went, professionals could see the intricacies, while laymen would watch the show. If Nanfeng Ruoqing were here, she would definitely be so shocked that she would scream. Or perhaps she would enter sudden enlightenment state again and achieve a breakthrough on the alchemy path. Because the Triorigins Samsara art that Yi Yuan was using currently was also wielded to the legendary realm. And the Triorigins Samsara art was even more ingenious, even more complex, and even harder to train and compared to the yin-yang separation flow technique. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. Triorigins, congeal, pill formed, condense for me. Only to see 3 streaks of light converge within the medicinal cauldron at the same time, disappearing after. The initially frenzied refinement also became peaceful currently. Using the Triorigins Samsara art now is indeed too early. However, the heart-like still water realm is indeed powerful. I can actually really support it. Yi Yuan flopped onto the ground and sighed with admiration. The same as the previous time he crossed ranks to refine, Yi Yuan was so tired that he was about to collapse. But the difficulty of the refinement this time was incomparable to the previous time. If not for the heart-like still water realm supporting Yi Yuan, he might just have given up halfway. Such complicated seals, such precise technique, such a high-intensity refinement, the exhaustion on the mind was enormous. Yi Yuan's current divine soul realm was not yet sufficient to support him in completing this refinement. It was that heart-like still water heart realm that compensated for this inadequacy. "Are you all right, young master?" Yuan Fei asked concernedly. If not for him, Yi Yuan would not need to refine the demon crystal pill in advance, and did not need to work so hard. Crossing ranks to refine was impressive, but it was not something easy. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "No matter, just rest a while, and I'll be fine." "Finus. Plussing." Yi Yuan reached out and beckoned. The medicinal pill flew out from the medicinal cauldron and landed in his hands. My efforts were not wasted. It's actually transcendent grade again. Yuan Fei, you keep it first. In 2 days' time, I'll bring you into the cultivation room. You break through there." Yi Yuan directly threw the medicinal pill to Yuan Fei. He himself fished out a medicinal pill to consume and began to recover his condition. A day later, Yi Yuan brought Yuan Fei into an A-grade cultivation room and started to undergo a breakthrough. Yuan Fei adjusted his condition and directly consumed that transcendent-grade demon crystal pill. Very soon, the fluctuations within the cultivation room gradually grew stronger. Yuan Fei was originally peak early stage Tier 3. With the transcendent-grade demon crystal pill, breaking through was a cinch. The breakthrough process was very smooth. Roughly half a day's time, Yuan Fei advanced to the middle stage, Tier 3. The first thing Yuan Fei did after breaking through was to give a deep bow to Yi Yuan. "Yuan Fei, give thanks to young master." Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "No need to be courteous between us. This is what you deserve." Yuan Fei sighed emotionally and said, "Yuan Fei is ashamed. Back then when I listened to young master's words, Yuan Fei even thought that it was a young man's wild pitch. Thinking back now, following young master was truly the most correct thing that Yuan Fei did in this life." Although Yi Yuan convinced Yuan Fei back then towards Yi Yuan's rampant words, Yuan Fei only believed half of it. He followed Yi Yuan merely to seek out that trace of hope to break through. In the beginning, the martial talent that Yi Yuan displayed was naturally without question. All the way until Yi Yuan taught Yi Hang alchemy did Yuan Fei finally rejoice over his choice. To be able to guide an alchemy grandmaster on how to refine medicinal pills, that meant that Yi Yuan at least had the strength that did not lose out to an alchemy grandmaster. As long as his realm reached the mark, he could naturally refine Tier 3 medicinal pills. Except, Yuan Fei never could have dreamt that this day would actually arrive so quickly. Seeing Yi Yuan personally refine a Tier 3 medicinal pill, Yuan Fei finally knew just how powerful this master he submitted to was. To recognize an Essence Chi realm martial artist as master, you also needed great resolve. Back then, I already said that you have immense luck. Your accomplishments in this life will definitely not be just Tier 4. Widen your horizons more. Tier 5, which is taking form, is the starting point of you demonic beasts. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Hearing these words, Yuan Fei's heart jolted. Honestly speaking, he did not think about Tier 5 taking form. Even after he followed Yi Yuan, being able to break through to Tier 4 was already the limits of his imaginations. Tier 5 taking form was too hard, way too difficult. One had to know that demonic beasts Tier 4 was equivalent to the amalgamation of the human race C transformation realm and soul C realm, virtually the distance of 2 major realms. In the endless world, Tier 4 was roughly the endpoint for demonic beasts. But hearing the present Yi Yuan, it was just a matter of course. If he heard others say this kind of words in the past, he would definitely give that person a tight slap, then tell them to not reach beyond their means. But now, there was indescribable longing in Yuan Fei's heart. Yuan Fei understands. Thank you very much, young master, Yuan Fei said sincerely. Oh yes, later I'll refine some medicinal pills for your clansmen. They have already reached the bottleneck of Tier 2. As long as their age isn't too old, breaking through to Tier 3 shouldn't be an issue, Yi Yuan said. Yuan Fei was overjoyed upon hearing that and said, Thank you very much, young master. Yi Yuan's heart suddenly jolted. He formed another seal, and white light appeared inside the cultivation room. Ha! You finally woke up, white light, and directly broke through to Tier 2. Yi Yuan was first thrilled, followed by astonishment. White light gave a low roar. His tiger head rubbed against Yi Yuan's leg, looking incredibly adorable. Young master, he's thanking you, Yuan Fei suddenly said. Ha! Thanks for what? You ate so many medicinal pills in one go, nearly scared me to death back then. Yi Yuan was still somewhat filled with trepidation, recalling the scene of how White Light swallowed so many medicinal pills in one go. But White Light's physique was really rather special. Asleep, and he actually broke through to Tier 2 already. Yuan Fei saw that White Light broke through, and was also filled with envy. Thinking back then, I spent a total of 50 years to break through from Tier 1 to Tier 2. White Light is at most 5 years old and actually broke through to Tier 2 already, but looks like only he can keep up with young master speed. Yi Yuan's heart skipped and asked, Yuan Fei, can you see White Light's origin? Yuan Fei shook his head and said, White Light's origin is bound to be extraordinary, but I don't have it inside my inherited memories. However, the way I see it, the concentration of White Light's white tiger bloodline is definitely very high. Chapter 236, Trouble Comes. Chapter 236, Trouble Comes. Yi Yuan could obviously see it too. His gaze when looking at White Light flickered uncertainly. White Light wagged its tail like it was showing off. Could it mean that White Light has the potential to become a divine beast? If this world can give birth to divine beasts, does that mean that it can also give birth to deity realm powerhouses? Yi Yuan muttered to himself. White Light gave another low roar. Yi Yuan laughed wryly when he saw the situation and said, Ha! Come on, White Light! Let's affirm our Tao and become deities together. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, White Light's tiger head rubbed against Yi Yuan, appearing very lovingly. It was evident that this little fellow's ambition was not small either. The next day, Yi Yuan arrived at the Support Star Pavilion. Although Yi Yuan's points were enough for him to use for a long time, he still decided to ready enough points required for the Purple Center Soul incantation talking. To earn points, he naturally had to come to the Support Star Pavilion to take on missions. The Support Star Pavilion could be said to be a very crowded place in the sect. It was packed every day, with people coming and going. If sect disciples wanted to continue surviving, they had to take on missions nonstop. This place naturally became somewhere they must visit, putting aside outer sect disciples. Even some extremely powerful core disciples would be frequent visitors here. There was a rich variety of sect missions, but they were divided into 9 levels. Level 1 was the easiest, and Level 9 was the hardest. Level 3 and below missions were mostly some miscellaneous tasks, such as managing herb gardens, cleaning to ensure hygiene, so on and so forth, these sort of simple things. Of course, these simple missions were also split by difficulty level. The points that could be obtained was different. From Level 4 onwards, it would be missions that were relatively more dangerous or comparatively harder. as expected, the points awarded by these missions were also different according to the difference in level. These sect missions included Pill Hall missions and Marshall Hall missions. Any disciple could take them on. Naturally, Pill Hall disciples mostly took on Pill Hall missions while Marshall Hall disciples took Marshall Hall missions. Crossover mission acceptance was a rare occurrence. Even when crossover, the majority would be Pill Hall disciples taking Marshall Hall missions. But when Marshall Hall disciples see Pill Hall missions, they could only stare Google-eyed. Too many Pill Hall missions were related to alchemy. The specialization was incredibly strong. Marshall Hall disciple basically could only look on. There was a great hall in the support star pavilion. In the center of the hall was an extremely large jade wall. This jade wall contained all the missions. Disciples only had to check with their divine sense to see the contents of the missions. Disciples just had to record down the mission's level and number to retrieve the mission jade slip from the disciple on duty. After completing the mission, disciples could rely on the mission jade slips and the designated mission token to collect the rewarded points from the disciple on duty. Yi Yuan inserted his divine sense into the jade wall and started to go through the missions. After slightly checking level 1 missions, Yi Yuan gave up straight away. Doing these sort of missions was purely a waste of time. The points were few, and it even delayed cultivation time. Following that, he checked the level 2 and 3 mission and gave up too. He only looked slightly more in detail when he saw the level 4 missions. There were missions issued by the Marshall Hall among the level 4 missions and also missions released by the Pill Hall. Many of the missions given by the Marshall Hall were to go outside and run errands. There were those that were to hunt down some heinously fiendish individuals. Others were to help secular world countries, etc. There were too many to enumerate, but the vast majority of missions published by the Pill Hall were about alchemy. In such a large sect, the medicinal pill consumption each day was tremendous. If the Pill Hall lacked some medicinal pills, they would put up a mission here to let disciples refine them and reward with points. Yi Yuan swept through the level 4 missions, but was ultimately uninterested. 2 little points. A level 4 mission. Those that were lower only had 1,000 points, while those higher ones only had 2,000 points. If Yi Yuan were to do level 4 missions, until which donkey year would he be able to earn 300,000 points? Quickly look, senior apprentice brother Sung returned. It's true. I heard that what he took on this time was a level 6 mission to hunt down a first-level crystal formation realm serial rapist. Yeah, I also heard it. It's said that this level 6 mission reward was 20,000 points. Looks like he doesn't need to go outside for a very long time. Hey, did you hear? Sung Cheng's younger brother, Xingyu, was counter-robbed by a newbie disciple and went to hide in the cultivation rooms. Now that senior apprentice brother, Sung Cheng, came back. It's probably going to be tragic for that newbie disciple. TCH, Xingyu is someone who bullies the weak but fears the strong. He should have been taken care of long ago. If not for his brother, he would have been beaten up by others. If you tell me, I say nicely done. Shoo. Softer. Don't let senior apprentice brother Tsung hear it. He's very protective. Yi Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by these two persons' discussion. He looked towards that black-clothed youth, who was currently collecting the rewards, with some surprise. No wonder that Tsungyu was so Kentucky turned out that he had such a big brother as his backing. Peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. Strength is pretty decent. Reckon that he's probably around the same as senior apprentice brother Zhang Jing, right? Tsung Chung handed the mission jade slip and a wooden box to the disciple on duty with a haughty look and said, Level 6, number 72 mission completed. Do a check. The disciple on duty had an impressed look as he said, Senior Apprentice Brother Tsung is really amazing. Ninth level Spirit Condensation Realm, and able to kill a first level Crystal Formation Realm expert. I reckon that before long, Senior Apprentice Brother Tsung will be able to enter the ranks of elite disciples. A trace of delight flashed across Tsung Cheng's eyes, but he concealed it very well and said with a smile, "Just a secular world first level Crystal Formation Realm. Not even worth mentioning. Quite a number of seniors have this strength." Haha, Senior Apprentice Brother Tsung is really modest. Half a year ago, you were still taking on level 5 missions, but now you've already completed a level 6 mission, which is ranked closer to the front. This sort of improvement speed is also extremely amazing among the seniors. At this rate, Senior Apprentice Brother Tsung can most likely complete level 7 missions very soon. That is a watershed. The disciple on duty poured out flattery, like it was free. Ha, nah. Tsung Chung could not hide his delight and said with a chuckle, the watershed that the disciple on duty talked about was actually the dividing crest between elite disciples and core disciples. Level 7 and above missions. Basically, only elite disciples could complete them. If Tsung Chung could complete a level 7 mission, it would mean that he already had 1 foot into the rankings of elite disciples. However, wanting to cross this was far from as simple as imagined. This point was evident just by looking at the difficulty of level 7 missions. But one had to acknowledge that the disciple on duty's words scratched Tsung Cheng's itch. Senior Apprentice Brother Tsung, the reward has already entered your ident. 1 Tai token. You do a check, the disciple on duty said with a flattering smile. TCH, isn't it just completing a level 6 mission? Look how happy you are. At this time, a disharmonious voice sounded out. Tsung Cheng's face changed, and he said frostily, Xiaopeng, don't be cynical over here. If you have the capabilities, then you go complete a level 6 mission too for me to see. Xiaopeng was also a top character in the Earth Barracks, around the same as Tsung Chung. These two people had always been at odds, contending bitterly. However, Xiaopeng had always been slightly inferior. I came to take on a level 6 mission. You just watch. Oh, right. Since you have time to be proud of yourself here, why don't you hurry and go take a look at that precious little brother of yours? Xiaopeng said with a beam. Chapter 237, Level 9 Mission. Chapter 237, Level 9 Mission. Tsung Cheng's face fell as he said, What about my brother? Your younger brother kicked a metal plate this time. He went to collect protection fees, but got collected instead. Oh, the other party is even a newcomer. I heard that he's only 2nd level Spirit Condensation Realm. TSK. Tsung Yu, that punk is really declining with each day. Xiaopeng burst into laughter. After all, there were not many people who witnessed it with their own eyes. Xiaopeng also got it from hearsay, and felt that Tsung Yu was really too scrubbed to actually lose to a 2nd level Spirit Condensation Realm. They would not feel that Yi Yuan was very amazing, but only feel that Tsung Yu was rotten mud, which could not even hold up a wall. Tsung Cheng's eyes narrowed. A killing intent was released as he asked in a low voice, What's that punk called? Xiaopeng did not mind, however, as he said, How would I know? Why would I concern myself with this kind of small squabbles between unranked and, bodies? Wouldn't you know after inquiring from the Earth Barracks yourself? Make way, I'm going to receive missions. Finus. Plussing. Xiaopeng no longer bothered with Tsung Chung as he swaggered into the great hall. This senior apprentice brother, I want to take the level 9 number 3 mission. Yi Yuan came in front of the disciple on duty and said lightly, Oh, sure thing. Level 9 number 3. What? You want level 9 number 3 mission? The disciple on duty did not react to it at the start. After talking halfway, he suddenly exclaimed in shock. This shocked exclamation was too ear-piercing. Everybody was startled by him. Yi Yuan secretly sighed. He knew that this kind of situation would happen. However, low-level missions award too little points. Doing them one at a time was seriously too troublesome. He could only choose high-level missions. Level 9 missions, even elite disciples could not complete them. The level 9 number 3 mission that Yi Yuan picked had already been hanging there for 10 years, but Body cared to ask about it the entire time. It could be seen that the difficulty had already reached the extent where it made people's hair stand on end. Yes, level 9 number 3. I've to trouble senior apprentice, brother, to give me the mission jade slip. The originally abnormally noisy hall instantly quietened down, leaving only Yi Yuan's voice reverberating. Qiu Peng was originally prepared to inquire about missions, but turned his head back to look at Yi Yuan at this time. Sung Cheng, who was originally preparing to leave to settle the scores with Yi Yuan, also turned back, currently staring at Yi Yuan oddly. Cough, cough, this junior apprentice brother. Did you mistook the mission? And, Body has taken on the level 9 number 3 mission for many years already. Because the difficulty is extremely great, it was hailed as the impossible mission. After being stupefied for a while, the disciple on duty recovered, but his first reaction was that Yi Yuan made a mistake. No mistake. It's level 9 number 3 mission. I'm taking it, Yi Yuan said. Right then, there were many people who also recovered from the shock. Their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with amuse. E-M-E-N-T, the level 9 number 3 mission is famous for being the impossible mission. It's simply impossible to complete. Could it be that this boy chose this mission to gain public favor? His brain is probably missing screws. This is the mission put up by Grand Elder Sky Maple. It's been a whole 5 years since anybody dared to receive it. Yeah, I heard that in the beginning there were many people who took on this mission. The majority of them were elite disciples, but not a single person among them could complete the mission. Not only that, Grand Elder Sky Maple offered a reward of 300,000 points plus a heavenly silkworm flexible armor. Even many elders were moved. But up to this point, this mission has been hanging there the entire time, such that towards the end, Body even asked about it. Truly biting off more than he can chew, a low-rank alchemy master, a Marshall Hall disciple too, actually dare to take Grand Elder Sky Maple's mission. This is purely being bored and looking for a beating. Grand Elder Sky Maple doesn't have a good temper. Let's just wait to see the joke. This level 9 number 3 mission was the Alchemy Path mission published by the Sex Grand Elder Sky Maple. The contents were to fill in the missing bits of a tier 4 pill formula. To Yi Yuan, he naturally would not receive a level 9 Marshall Path mission. That was not much different from seeking death. The so-called level 9 Alchemy Path mission might perhaps be hard to others, but to Yi Yuan, it did not pose much of a difficulty. He did not wish to draw too much attention either, but it was seriously too troublesome to choose those low difficulty missions. He only had to complete this level 9 mission, and he would have sufficient points to exchange for the Purple Center Soul incantation. Hence, Yi Yuan did not bother withdrawing attention. Saving trouble was the kingly way. Why don't you reconsider, junior apprentice brother? This is a level 9 mission. The disciple on duty felt that there was still a need to remind Yi Yuan. I know it's a level 9 mission. I need points, Yi Yuan said. Fine then, but don't blame me for not warning you. Grand Elder Sky Maple's temper isn't good. The disciple on duty said, as he took Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tie token and pressed it against the mission jade slip. The mission contents immediately popped up on mission jade slip. Level 9 number 3 mission. Complete the Tier 4 medicinal pill. 7 profound soul driving pill. Reward. 300,000 points and a heavenly silkworm flexible armor. Mission personnel, Yi Yuan. Everyone looked at the mission on the jade wall and looked at Yi Yuan again, their gaze filled with sympathy and pity. But Qiupeng seemed to have other thoughts. Yi Yuan, this name is really familiar. Oh yeah, it's him. He went in front of Tseng Cheng and said amusedly, Tseng Cheng, aren't you looking for the person who beat up your younger brother? And you know who? Her, far away on the horizon, yet right before your eyes. While talking, Qiupeng's gaze looked towards Yi Yuan. Tseng Cheng's eyes focused and said icily, my little brother was beaten by this hothead, a Marshall Hall disciple and low-rank alchemy master, but accepted a level 9 mission. What was he if not a hothead? Now that he heard that his brother was actually beaten up by such a guy, Tseng Cheng's heart involuntarily agreed with Qiupeng's appraisal. He was really declining with each pa-s, sing day. If I recall correctly, that new disciple who taught your brother a lesson is called Yi Yuan. Moreover, this boy looks very unfamiliar. Isn't that so? Qiupeng said, smilingly. Tseng Cheng's face darkened, and he went up to block Yi Yuan. Seeing that Tseng Cheng harbored ill intentions, Yi Yuan could not help frowning. He did not think that Tseng Cheng would knock on his door so quickly. He was interrupted slightly just now before sinking his senses into the jade wall to find missions, and did not notice Qiupeng and Tseng Cheng's conversation. But even if he heard it, Yi Yuan would not pay any notice either. Just a 9th level spirit condensation realm. It would not cause too big a trouble to Yi Yuan. You're the one who beat my little brother, and even S-N-A-T-C had his points. Who's your brother? Who are you? Yi Yuan pretended that he did not know anything towards people looking to find trouble. He had never given any good attitude. Humph. Did you beat up a disciple called Tsengyu a few days ago? He's my younger brother. I'm called Tsengyu. Oh, that matter, huh? Realization dawned upon Yi Yuan. He said, I did teach a lesson to some guys who didn't have eyes a few days back, but didn't remember their names. Which one is your brother? Seeing Yi Yuan's casual look, Tseng Cheng felt infuriated. Good. Excellent. A 4th level spirit condensation realm who dares to receive a level 9 mission indeed have the guts. Since your guts are so great, do you dare to accept my points challenge? Chapter 238. You wanted to see it? Chapter 238. You wanted to see it? Points challenge? How many points do you have? Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. When the crowd saw the look of Yi Yuan Russ, H.I., plussing to his death, they could not help sighing. Tseng Cheng's strength was only a step away from the heaven barracks. Wouldn't he easily capture the 4th level spirit condensation, realm Yi Yuan? But Yi Yuan was completely unaware. Instead, he was very motivated after he heard points, like Tseng Cheng's points were already his. Tseng Cheng was stunned at first, then sneered coldly, and said, even if you S-N-A-T-C had Tsengyu's points, the total is around 1,000 points or so, right? Even asking me how many points I have, I'll bet all the points you have. Points challenge was a way of competing permitted by the sect. The challengers would agree on a fixed number of points. The winner would get the other party's points. This sort of challenge did not have a points limit. As long as there were no deaths, anything goes. Tseng Cheng already knew that Yi Yuan had just entered the sect. Even if he stole points from Tsengyu and the rest, it would be around 1,000 or so. He himself just had to come up with some small change, and that would do. He just did a level 6 mission and earned 20,000 points. Now, his points on hand already approached 30,000. Even within the Earth Barracks, these points were quite a lot already. Except Tsing Cheng was unaware that his points were just pocket change to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had 13 million points on hand. Tsing Cheng's 30,000 points just happened to be a minuscule amount. The matter of Yao Qian compensating Yi Yuan 2 million points was only limited to spreading among the sect's upper echelons. It was impossible for these disciples to know. No matter what, the prestige of elders had to be upheld. Other people could laugh at Yao Qian privately, but it was naturally impossible to spill it all out to these disciples. Yi Yuan looked at Tsing Cheng's haughty look and could not resist laughing as he said, "Bet all of my points? You can't afford it. You tell me how many points you have first. If there's 100,000, maybe 80,000, I'll bet with you. If it's too little, then don't bother me." Sun Yu laughed from extreme anger, seeing that Yi Yuan's tone was so big, and so he said, "What a joke! Even if you threw yourself into the bet, it wouldn't reach 100,000 points. To actually dare be so wildly arrogant." Yi Yuan shot Tsing Cheng a nonchalant glance and said with a sigh, "That means you don't have 100,000 points? Initially wanted to earn some points. Sigh, since you don't have, then there isn't anything to discuss. Go and play in the corner alone. I still have to find Grand Elder Sky Maple to complete the mission." You really take yourself to be some important character, choosing a level 9 mission to posture. Wait until you get taken care of by Grand Elder Sky Maple. I'll watch how you posture. What's that got to do with you? Make way for me if you don't have 100,000 points. A good dog doesn't block the path. Ha ha ha. Did you guys hear that? A newbie brat asked for 100,000 points from the very start. I want to ask, how many points do you have in total? How many points you have? I'll bet with you that amount. Sun Yu said with a snicker. Very evidently, Yi Yuan's words indeed sounded like a joke when others heard it. Even for elite disciples, their tokens had at most 100,000 points or so. A newcomer who had only entered a sect for a few days actually asked for 10,000 points straight away was indeed quite funny. With Tsing Cheng laughing, many also laughed along. They clearly felt that Yi Yuan was a silly boy who was impractical. Ha! This punk has only entered the sect for several days. I'm afraid that he hasn't even made clear what points are, right? Yeah, I reckon that he doesn't have any concept towards points at all, asking for 100,000 points straight away. Does he think that points are cabbages? Of course points aren't cabbages. I guess that he's treating points like gold and silver in the secular world, asking for 100,000 points easily. Most likely, he's from a wealthy family. Haha, being so arrogant in front senior apprentice brother Tsang will result in a big loss. Senior apprentice brother Tsang just finished a level 6 mission. His strength probably already approaches Heaven Barracks. This boy is going to suffer. Xiao Peng by the side also snickered and said, "Tsang Cheng, I really admire your little brother more and more now to actually be beaten by this kind of punk. Could he have consumed laxatives when he was exchanging blows with this punk?" Tsang Cheng shot a fierce glare at Xiao Peng, but he was really unable to do anything about Xiao Peng. The two of them bickered often. Tsang Cheng calculated that even if he could suppress Xiao Peng, it would be very limited. But Yi Yuan looked at Tsang Cheng with an odd expression and asked, "You really want to know how many points I have?" "Nonsense. Don't tell me you really have 100,000 points. I honor my words. I'll bet however much you have," Tsang Cheng said solemnly. "Fine then. Look at it yourself." Yi Yuan threw his ident. "1. Tie token over with a helpless face." Tsang Cheng reached out to receive the token and said with a cold laugh, Do you think that the sect is owned by your family? You can have as many points as. Tsing Cheng's words halted abruptly, as if he was being choked by someone. He swallowed hard and used divine sense to inspect it again. His eyes turned into wide circles as he stared at Yi Yuan in disbelief. You wanted to see it. I told you to go play by yourself, but you just had to bet points with me. Those meager points of yours are really not appealing to me. If you can gather 100,000 points, I can give you a chance to bet. While Yi Yuan was talking, he took back the token from Sung Chung, who was motionless like a wood carving, and left just like that. After walking a few steps, Yi Yuan suddenly turned back and said, "Oh, right, there are still around 10 days or so before the sex compet. 1. Tie-in. If you're fortunate enough to be, you, MP into me, I don't mind gifting you defeat. N. Free of charge. Finus. H. I. Plussing." He left without even turning back. Everyone was perplexed. They did not know what happened to make senior apprentice brother Sun Chung lose composure like this. Xiu Peng was obviously very curious too. He came over and pushed Sung Chung. "Hey, what's with you? Did he really have 100,000 points?" Being pushed by Xiu Peng, Sung Chung was startled awake abruptly. He asked with a blank face, "Ah? What did you say?" Xiu Peng was speechless. "You're at any rate about to enter the heaven barracks soon. Why are you such a good-for-nothing? What on earth did you see from his token to be frightened to such an extent? Don't tell me he really had 100,000 points? How's that possible?" Sung Chung swallowed hard again, feeling that his mouth was very dry. Yi Yuan's points really petrified him. 1. 12 mission points. Only those disciples who were impacting the Sea Transformation Realm or Quasi-Alchemy King Realm would have so many points by spending many years slogging hard at missions to exchange for the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art and Purple Center Soul Incantation. It was impossible for other people, even elders, to have so many points. But how many days did Yi Yuan enter the sect for? Where did his points come from? No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. He really had the capital to be unbridled. His 30,000 points were merely just a fractional amount of his. No wonder he turned his nose down on it. Sung Chung suddenly recalled the level 9 mission Yi Yuan received. Could it be that he really needed points? Could it be that Yi Yuan could really complete a level 9 mission? Thinking up to here, Sung Chung could not help shuddering. He waved his hands and said, "Nothing, nothing. I'm going." Finus. H. I. Plussing. He left behind the unconvinced crowd and left without even turning his head back. Chapter 239. Send him packing. Chapter 239. Send him packing. A quiet courtyard at the main peak of the Spirit Blessing Mountain. This was the residence of Grand Elder Sky Maple, the Sky Maple Court. Yi Yuan rushed straight for the Sky Maple Court, right after leaving the Support Star Pavilion. It looked as if missions for martial artists consumed time and energy, but in reality, alchemy missions similarly consumed time and energy. A refinement mission would often consume large amounts of the Pill Hall disciples' time and energy. Points were not so easy to get. Of course, there were basically negligible dangers for Pill Hall disciples to refine pills. However, the time and energy expended on these alchemy missions were far from what martial missions consumed, such as this level 9 mission that Yi Yuan took on. Honestly speaking, this mission was far from as simple and relaxed as imagined. Otherwise, it would not have hung there for 10 years. While perfecting incomplete medicinal pills was much easier than developing a type of medicinal pill, the amount of energy involved tended to make people go nuts, just like the current Sky Maple. Boom! Yi Yuan heard an earth-shaking explosion sound coming from the inner court right when he arrived at the Sky Maple court gate. A cauldron exploded. With Yi Yuan's experience, he could distinguish it instantly. Sky Mapple's face was charred black, like he had just crawled out of a coal pile, leaving only two white eyes, A-L-L-S blinking there. Opposite him, a youth also looked as if he crawled out from a coal pile. These two people just experienced a cauldron explosion. Your father doesn't believe it. 7 profound soul driving pill. Your father will fight it out with you. W-A-N-G-G. Prepare the ingredients. Let's refine another furnace of 7 profound soul driving pills. Sky Maple said shakily to the youth with a black face. W-A-N-G-G was the final disciple that Sky Maple took in. His age was similar to Mo Yuntian's, but he already had a high-rank alchemy grandmaster cultivation. A high-rank alchemy grandmaster was a force that could not be overlooked even when placed within the sect. But in front of Sky Maple, he was only enough to play the role of an assistant. Hearing Sky Maple's stubborn temper flare up again, W-A-N-G-G could not help giving a bitter smile as he said, "Master, this is already the 4th cauldron explosion in this month. Shouldn't we tabulate to see if the ingredients used to fill in the gaps are correct? After all, the collection of these Tier 4 ingredients also expended quite a bit of energy." Those striking white-eyed, A-L-L-S of Sky Maple stared at his disciple as he said sulkily, "Are you the master, or am I the master? I asked you to prepare the ingredients, so just do it. What's with all the bullsh *T? I dare to guarantee that the ingredients used to complete it this time is definitely correct. This elderly self has studied the 7 profound soul driving pill for over a dozen years, and finally I had a flash of inspiration a year ago and thought of using the extreme light profound gold fruit to complete the pill formula. This time, either I succeed or die." W-A-N-G-G said with an anguished face, "Of course you're the master. I'll go prepare the ingredients. Okay?" Humph. Feeling wronged? This old man took you in as my last disciple in hopes that you would be different from that bunch of blockheads. Now, it looks like you're not much different from them. I hung the mission there for 10 years, but the things they researched is becoming increasingly out in left field, really angering old me to death." Sky Maple said furiously. W-A-N-G-G was an honest-looking boy, and was also used to getting scolded by Sky Maple, so he naturally did not dare to rebuke. Just as he was leaving to prepare the ingredients, a sound came from outside, informing of a disciple's visit. "Informing Grand Elder, there's a disciple outside seeking an interview. He's holding a mission jade slip in his hands, saying that he took the level 9 number 3 mission that you hung in the support star pavilion." Sky Mapple's eyes lit up. He pulled open the refining room's door, but scared that gatekeeping disciple. But Sky Maple could not be bothered with so much. He grabbed that disciple's arm and asked, "There's really someone who accepted the mission? Who's the person that came? Reliable or not?" This level 9 mission was still very popular in the beginning, but later on, the disciples and elders discovered that this was an impossible task, so they gradually gave up too. Subsequently, there were lesser and fewer people asking for this mission, all the way until 5 years ago, where nobody touched this mission anymore. Now that he heard somebody took on this mission, he was naturally exuberant. Taking this mission after 5 years meant that there was somebody who overcame this difficult barrier and succeeded in completing the pill formula. How could this not agitate Sky Maple? The gatekeeping disciple was grabbed by Sky Maple till it hurt, but he did not dare to squeak. Replying, "Grand Elder, the one who came is a young man. Looks like he had just entered the sect recently. I see that he's only 4th level spirit condensation realm and wearing Marshall Hall disciple outfit, but a low-rank alchemy master badge is hanging on his chest. The gatekeeping disciple spilled out everything that he saw. As for whether it was reliable or not, that would be up to the Grand Elder to determine. The way the gatekeeping disciple saw it, it was obviously unreliable. Indeed, with every sentence from the disciple, Skymapple's face would darken a shade. By the time he said the last sentence, Skymaple was already about to storm off. However, his face was currently completely pitch black. No matter how much darker his expression got, it was already impossible to tell. Skymaple suddenly raised his hands and tossed, throwing that gatekeeping disciple out far away. Do you have a pig's brain? This kind of rookie took the mission, and you also come and report to me? Make him scram back directly. You go back right now and send him packing with a flurry of sticks. Come and bother me again, and I'll demote you to do a year's worth of CHOR. Yes. Skymaple virtually shouted these words at the top of his voice. Finus. Plussing, the gatekeeping disciple only heard a bang. The refining room's door was shut again. Yi Yuan was presently looking forward to it, but when he saw the disciple come back with a dirt-covered face, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Indeed, when that gatekeeping disciple saw Yi Yuan, he waved his hands angrily and said, quickly leave, quickly leave. I say, what are you joining in the fun for? You cause me to be scolded by Grand Elder. You also don't size yourself up before daring to accept a level 9 mission. Can you, a low-rank alchemy master, settle a tier 4 medicinal pill? Yi Yuan was dumbfounded and said, this senior apprentice brother, can I trouble you to S the word again? I can really complete the 7 profound soul-driving pill formula. The gatekeeping disciple was currently down in the dumps. How could he listen? Go, go, go. What are you still being pesky here for? Grand Elder Skymaple told me to send you packing with sticks. I already showed mercy. If you don't leave, I'm really going to be impolite. This gatekeeping disciple was at the 7th level spirit condensation realm and simply did not place Yi Yuan in his sights. At first, he did not get cussed at by Skymaple, so he was still easier to talk to. Now, he did not even wish to respond to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not think that this kind of situation would occur either. He brought along the pill formula, but could not even enter the other party's gates. However, he did not stoop to this gatekeeping disciple's level. He gave a flattering smile and said, Senior apprentice brother, as long as you help me S along a sentence to Grand Elder, he'll definitely meet me. Grand Elder already said, not seeing means not seeing. What's there to S along? If you don't leave, then I'm really not going to be courteous. The gatekeeping disciple's patience also reached its limits. Yi Yuan sighed and clasped his hands, saying, since that's the case, Yi Yuan is going to offend you. Finus. Plussing, Yi Yuan displayed the spirit void, shattering AC, drifting past the gatekeeping disciple's body like a draft of a gentle breeze. By the time the gatekeeping disciple reacted, it was already too late. Yi Yuan was already 1,000 feet away. The gatekeeping disciple was taken aback. If the Grand Elder were to know that somebody barged into the Skymaple court, him doing a year of CHOR, yes, would be set. Thinking up to this point, he swiftly used his movement technique to chase after Yi Yuan. Chapter 240, Bad-Tempered. Chapter 240, Bad-Tempered two figures moved at high speeds in the Skymaple court, one behind the other. But the distance between the two did not shrink from start to finish. Yi Yuan used sound to gauge the location. He knew where the refining room was from that cauldron exploding sound earlier. Before long, Yi Yuan arrived at the place. The gatekeeping disciple also followed tightly. The gatekeeping disciple was panting from exhaustion. Just now, he used all of his skills but was actually unable to reduce the distance between the two of them. Instead, he tired himself out. But he saw that Yi Yuan was composed, and actually did not look the slightest bit exhausted. Was this boy really only 4th level spirit condensation realm? Without waiting for him to recover from his astonishment, Yi Yuan gathered up essence energy and shouted loudly, "Grand Elder Sky Maple, Disciple Yi Yuan accepted the level 9 number 3 mission and specially came forth to complete the 7 profound soul-driving pill formula." The voice spread out like rolling thunder. The gatekeeping disciple turned pale from alarm and thought to himself, "I'm finished this time." With a bang, the door opened. Sky Maple walked in front of Yi Yuan with a black face. "Didn't I tell you to make him get lost? You actually dare to let him in here." Sky Maple was speaking to the gatekeeping disciple instead. The gatekeeping disciple had immeasurable bitterness in his heart as he said, "Grand Elder, this punk's movement technique is extremely fast." I looked away for a second, and he, "Humph, you, a 7th level spirit condensation realm, can't even deal with a 4th level spirit condensation realm. What do I want you for? All right, the 2 of you can get lost together now. Go and collect punishment yourselves." "Finus, I plus ing," Sky Maple turned around and was ready to leave without even bothering to look at Yi Yuan. Evidently, the people getting punishment also included Yi Yuan. He did not feel that a low-rank alchemy master could help him in any way. He was purely here to cause trouble. Yi Yuan's nose twitched and he said softly, "Extreme light profound gold fruit, clear spirit jade fluid. 9-leaf heavenly fragrance GRA. Using extreme light profound gold fruit to fill the void in the pill formula is indeed quite interesting, but..." Yi Yuan listed out all the ingredients that Sky Maple used to refine the pill, but he shut his mouth after he talked halfway. Sky Maple just took 2 steps when he heard Yi Yuan report the ingredients without a single mistake. He could not help feeling very amazed in his heart. The ingredients were all inside. It absolutely could not be seen from here. Could this brat really have studied the 7 profound soul-driving pill before? Forget about the other ingredients. His mission had already been hanging there for a relatively long time. As long as Yi Yuan inquired diligently, he could get the information. But the extreme light profound gold fruit was something he came up with only in the recent year. Apart from the sect upper echelons and WANG, it was simply impossible for others to know. How did this boy know? Also, he said, "Quite interesting." Quite interesting? There seemed to be an underlying meaning in his words. Sky Maple turned around and asked Yi Yuan, "But what?" Yi Yuan smiled. "Nothing. This disciple should go and collect punishment now. Goodbye, Grand Elder." "Finus, I plusing." Yi Yuan turned around and left. Sky Maple's face went black, and he said, "Halt! You, boy, have quite a big temper to actually put on airs with this seat. This disciple dare not. I was just talking nonsense earlier. Just pretend you didn't hear it, Grand Elder," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Ha ha, nice temperament. If this seat insists on making you say..." Sky Maple's face fell. "I'll talk bulls. I plus T." At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as a cauldron explosion. Yi Yuan remained very calm and was not frightened by Sky Maple's aura. "Oh, even threatening this seat. Ha! This child is interesting. With this seat's level, don't tell me I don't even have this bit of ability to screen it." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Sky Maple relaxed instead. He had not encountered such a BALLSY Jr. in many years already. Even Luo Qingfeng did not dare to be so audacious in front of him. In terms of seniority, Sky Maple was Luo Qingfeng's martial uncle. But Yi Yuan just said 2 words, "Maybe not." "Oh, then try talking bulls. plus T and see if I can distinguish the thing that is even more incredible than a cauldron explosion. Sky Maple said, still, the extreme light, profound gold fruit, clear spirit jade fluid, 9-leaf heavenly fragrance, GRA. S, but lower the quant. 1. Tie of the clear spirit jade fluid to 80%. For the supplementary ingredients, swap the swordtooth, GRA. S for the western flower. How do you feel about this formula? Sky Maple's eyes lit up. Smacking a fist on his palm, he said excitedly, "Oh, yeah, why didn't I think of that? Western flower can better unleash the efficacy of the extreme light, profound gold fruit. Wouldn't the success rate be higher like this?" As he was talking, Sky Maple shot Yi Yuan a glance. When he saw the latter's teasing smile on his face, he suddenly understood. Could it be, this won't work? Sky Maple asked weakly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Grand Elder can give it a shot, but whether you can escape from the refinement room or not, that will be up to your luck. Sky Maple's face changed, and he immediately shook his head and said, Impossible, according to what you said. It's clearly much better than the pill formula that I completed. How can problems occur? Yi Yuan was currently just like a systematic and patient teacher, guiding Sky Maple to think about the pill formula's problem. But Sky Maple thought for a long time and still felt that Yi Yuan's pill formula was better than his own. Or was it that this was the pill formula from the start and Yi Yuan was misleading him? Was he deliberately scaring him? Ha ha! Consider yourself formidable, boy. You must be bluffing this seat, right? This seat won't fall for it so easily. This is definitely the 7 profound, soul-driving pill formula. Not bad, kid. You're indeed someone who is capable. This seat solemnly apologizes to you about the matter earlier. I should not have scorned you because of your ident. One tie. This Sky Maple was a forthright person. Joy and anger showed on his face. At present, the pill formula that Yi Yuan said already thoroughly convinced him. He actually did not hesitate to apologize at all. W.A.N.G. Jia and the gatekeeping disciple by the sides were already dumbfounded. When did Grand Elder Sky Maple become so easy to talk to? The dignified Grand Elder actually apologized to a newcomer disciple, especially W.A.N.G. Jia. Although he had a good temper, he suffered no little venting under Sky Maple's hands these few years. But even W.A.N.G. Jia had never enjoyed such treatment before. How Sky Maple treated W.A.N.G. Jia was without question. It could be said that he gave his all to guide him and took great care of him. The only bad thing was that his temper was not good. W.A.N.G. Jia became a pitiful human sandbag. However, even when Sky Maple blew up for no reason at all, he had never apologized. Yi Yuan looked at the Sky Maple, who was laughing gleefully, and said with a sigh, I'm not bluffing, Grand Elder. If you refine the pill according to this pill formula, forget about this refining room. Even this stretch of land will most likely become a wasteland. Sky Maple's laughter stopped abruptly. His expression changed, and he said, How so? Grand Elder is only aware of one aspect, but ignorant of the other. While the western flower can better unleash the efficacy of the extreme light, profound gold fruit, when placed in this pill formula, it would clash with another core material, triggering a huge explosion from there. The explosion of a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Even with Grand Elder's strength, I'm afraid that you'll also find it hard to retreat unscathed, Yi Yuan explained. Sky Maple suddenly recalled that the pill formula Yi Yuan altered did not seem to be only one area. Apart from the western flower, there was the clear spirit jade fluid. You're talking about the clear spirit jade fluid? Sky Maple probed. Chapter 241, Completing the Pill Formula. Chapter 241, Completing the Pill Formula. Yi Yuan nodded and said, by reducing the amount of clear spirit jade fluid to 80% and adding in the western flower plus another kind of supplementary ingredient called bramble mustard tuber, it will produce an extremely terrifyingly huge explosion. This is actually roughly the same logic as creating gunpowder in the secular world. Skymapple's complexion involuntarily changed when he heard that. He really had not heard before that these three kinds of materials would cause such an effect when mixed together. Even he had not heard this before. How did this boy know? Thinking up to here, Skymaple could not help feeling fear. If Yi Yuan really bore a grudge and took revenge, then wouldn't this place of his be leveled to the ground? Although what Yi Yuan said was nonsense, this could not be Bowles. I plus Ted through just by saying nonsense. If one were not highly proficient in medicinal knowledge, talking nonsense would not be able to hold water. Regardless of how this boy knew all these, he could not be underestimated. Thinking up to here, Skymaple promptly put away his contempt and asked seriously, "What's your name?" "This disciple is Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, this seat apologizes to you solemnly for the matter just now. Seeing as this seat is already an old man, how about you don't be too particular?" Skymaple already said things to such an extent. Yi Yuan naturally would not nitpick at it again. However, he had a pretty good impression of this Skymaple. He could advance and retreat. Not everyone would apologize so solemnly to disciples from the junior generation. It was truly not easy for Skymaple to be able to do this. Yi Yuan gave a bow to Skymaple and said, "This disciple dare not. I hope that Grand Elder won't take to heart any offenses just now." Skymaple chuckled and waved his hands, saying, "Take to heart what? As long as you can complete the 7 profound soul driving pill, you can even take S on top of this seat's head. Come, please enter. Let's talk inside." The pair were just about to take a step when the gatekeeping disciple asked weakly, "Gee, Grand Elder, Skymapple's present mood was excellent. He flicked his sleeves and said, "You've rendered meritorious service and have no blame. Continue staying then. Guard the court gate well and don't let anybody in." The gatekeeping disciple was overjoyed. "Thank you, Grand Elder. Disciple will definitely guard the gate well." In the side hall, Skymaple and Yi Yuan sat down as host and guest. This was already exceptionally courteous reception to Yi Yuan. In front of Skymaple, disciples only had the right to stand, not sit. Only hall head level had the qualifications to sit down and talk when they came. Even the elders could not. Behind Skymaple, Jia kept sizing up Yi Yuan, his gaze filled with curiosity. He had followed Skymaple for a number of years already and was deeply aware of the difficulty of completing the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Jia knew that there had already been no fewer than several hundred seniors and elders who took on this mission. These hundreds of people were all elites of the Tranquil Cloud sect, but no one could complete the mission. But this young master, not over the age of 16, could fill in the pill formula. It was truly miraculous. Yi Yuan sensed Jia's gaze and flashed a smile at him. Jia also flashed one back. "Yi Yuan, what did the but you said earlier mean? Could it be that using the extreme light profound gold fruit to complete the pill formula doesn't work either?" Skymaple asked again. He was very confident in the extreme light profound gold fruit. It should be said that this was the closest to success he had come to in these over dozen years. But Yi Yuan's words unwittingly make his heart palpitate. Yi Yuan said, "Although the extreme light profound gold fruit has the effects of Nori's. Plus ing the divine soul. It's unsuitable to be mixed together and refined with the 9-leaf heavenly fragrance GRA. S. The extreme light profound gold fruits attribute is metal, while the 9-leaf heavenly fragrance GRA. S's attribute is wood, metal, and would inhibit each other. Not only would the effects of the ingredients themselves fail to be unleashed, but it would also weaken instead. Furthermore, it will be tremendously difficult to control the stability of the 3 kinds of core materials during the refining process. If my estimations are right, Grand Elder has probably blown up cauldrons quite a number of times already, right? Skymapple's old face turned red. Yi Yuan really guessed it correctly. However, he still asked in surprise, isn't the extreme light profound gold fruits attribute is wood? Why is it metal? The attributes of all things in the world were incomparably complex and were not written on the surface. Unless one were extremely proficient towards medical knowledge, one would tend to find it hard to determine a certain medicinal material's attribute. The higher level the medicinal material, the harder it was to determine the attribute, because the process of their derivation was extremely complicated. Tier 4 materials were not high nor low level, but to the tranquil cloud sex alchemists, it was absolutely high-level medicinal materials. With their level of understanding, it was very tough to determine Tier 4 materials' attribute. Hence, when Skymaple was choosing materials, he basically could not take into consideration the material's attributes. He only relied on his instincts to decide. Hence, the error rate was naturally very high. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not all the things that grow on trees belong to the wood attribute. The reason why the extreme light profound gold fruit is of the metal attribute is that it generally grows on top of or veins, drawing the metal's spiritual chi within to form the fruit. Even though the extreme light profound gold fruit also has some wood attribute characteristics, its primary attribute is metal. Hearing Yi Yuan's lysis, Skymaple actually had a feeling like he was enlightened all at once. His gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan again, was drastically different from before. Skymaple was naturally well aware of the extreme light, profound gold fruit's origin. It was precisely obtained by sect disciples from an Orvain, not the slightest bit off from Yi Yuan's lysis. Such knowledge, even he, a Grand Elder, felt that he was so far behind to even see the dust ahead. Then, how should this pill formula be completed? Skymapple's words already entailed consulting advice. Even he himself was not conscious of it. Yi Yuan obviously would not cherish something of little value, just because it was his own knowledge. He opened his mouth and said, clear spirit jade fluid is balanced in the 5 elements, so it is a neutral item. The 9-leaf heavenly fragrance GRA. S's attribute is wood, so you naturally have to select a water attribute material to complete the pill formula. Among Tier 4 medicinal materials, the Ice Heart Dew is most suitable. Why use the Ice Heart Dew? Ice Heart Dew shouldn't have divine soul nories. Plusing effects, right? Skymaple had a doubtful face. This past dozen of years, he thought of every material, and used them too. The only exception was that he did not think of using the Ice Heart Dew to complete the pill formula. Yi Yuan smiled and said, clear spirit jade fluid and 9-leaf heavenly fragrance GRA. S are both medicinal herbs that have superb effects when used to nourish the divine soul. Just take the 7 profound soul-driving pill, for instance, the divine soul nories. Plusing effects are already ample, but the Ice Heart Dew has the effect of calming the spirit and focusing the mind, and also the effect of stabilizing the divine soul. Moreover, during the refining process, the water attribute Ice Heart Dew even has the usage of improving the wood attribute 9-leaf heavenly fragrance GRA. There is nothing more suitable than it for refining the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Once alchemy skills reached a certain level, one's understanding of medicinal pills would also grow increasingly profound. At times, while blindly chasing the medicinal effect of a medicinal pill, it would instead cause an opposite effect. Yi Yuan's understanding of medicinal pills was far from what Sky Maple could compare to. The way Yi Yuan saw it, a medicinal pill was a world. Refining a medicinal pill was creating a world. For a mature world, the most important thing was stability. Then, other things would follow. Many alchemists chased after the effects of medicinal pills blindly. The result of doing this were flaws in the medicinal pills. There would obviously be side effects here and there. A mature type of medicinal pill would definitely not have any side effect. In reality, with Yi Yuan's alchemy skills, he could guide Sky Maple to use the extreme light profound gold fruit to refine out the 7 profound soul-driving pill. But that kind of medicinal pill would clearly have side effects. Hearing Yi Yuan say finish, Sky Maple and and Jie behind him sunk into their thoughts. Chapter 242, An Alchemy Emperor's Guidance. Chapter 242, An Alchemy Emperor's Guidance. Sky Maple's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Unlike the other elders, he was a genuine alchemy king, a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. His experience was naturally extraordinary. Sky Maple actually felt that the materials he used in the past to complete the pill formula were all trash. Although he had not started refining, Sky Maple already felt that using Ice Heart Dew would certainly work, because he simply could not find any flaws in this pill formula. Those materials that he found in the past, while he was full of confidence each time, he himself actually knew that there was always that slight area of imperfection. But this time, he felt that this pill formula was absolutely perfect. Sky Maple currently had an impulse to burst into a song and dance. Over a dozen years of racking his brain bitterly, over a dozen years of repeated defeats, over a dozen years of wallowing in despair, he obtained a release at this very instant. If not for wanting to preserve some parts of a Grand Elder's prestige, and because he did not wish to lose himself too much in front of Yi Yuan, he would have started dancing around right away. This was not enough to express his emotions. Jie, you quickly go and ask Ouyang Yu if there is still Ice Heart Dew in the sect. If there isn't, make them gather it at top speed. Remember, it must be at the fastest speed. I must see the Ice Heart Dew within a month. Sky Maple hurriedly instructed. Jie also had an eye-opener today. Yi Yuan's words gave him a feeling of being enlightened. In reality, while Jie had a gentle character, he also had pride that others did not possess. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, he was among those true alchemy path geniuses. Otherwise, he would not have been fancied by Sky Maple and become his disciple. Jie had always thought highly of himself. He felt that his accomplishments on the alchemy path were already absolutely outstanding among people of the same age. But Yi Yuan's words today open another window for him. Jie only knew today just how unstable his foundation skills were, and how shallow his previous understanding of medicinal knowledge was. Hearing Sky Maple's orders, Jie said respectfully, "Yes, Master." Logically speaking, running errands should be done by Yi Yuan. Ignoring that Jie's seniority was exceedingly high, even with his alchemy grandmaster status, it should not be his turn to run errands. But at this current moment, Jie gladly enjoyed the hearts. H+P and felt that it was only natural and right. To the Sky Maple court, Yi Yuan was a distinguished guest. How could they let a distinguished guest run errands? After Jie left, Sky Maple started to consult Yi Yuan like a student on how to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Refining pills were not just the simple act of putting together medicinal herbs. Each type of medicinal herbs, its quant, 1, Thai flame intensity when refining, and so on, were all extremely particular things. A discrepancy of a hair's breadth could lead to an error of 1,000 miles. Messing up a step could possibly result in the refinement to fail. Alchemists was an exceptionally meticulous occupation. The path they walk was completely different from martial artists. Yet, the more he chatted with Yi Yuan, the more Sky Maple felt his blood run cold. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan also changed once more. If one were to say that the first time he saw Yi Yuan, he was looking at him with a disdainful angle, then after Yi Yuan talked about the Western flower recipe, it became viewing him as equals. But now, Sky Maple was looking up to Yi Yuan. Although they were only chatting about one type of medicinal pill, Yi Yuan's views tended to give Sky Maple a feeling that he could grasp the entire concept by grasping a typical example. Not knowing the reason, just one chat, and Sky Maple felt that his alchemy skills improved quite a bit. Many things that Yi Yuan talked about, Sky Maple did not even think about them in the past. Especially when Yi Yuan was talking about the refinement method. Sky Maple frequently had the feeling that medicinal pills could even be refined in such a way. The incomplete pill formula of this 7 profound soul-driving pill was accidentally acquired by forefather Ouyang Tuotian. Even he could not complete it. The missing parts in the pill formula were not just one core material. The refinement method was missing too. Many of Sky Maple's past refinement methods were fumbled out by himself. Cauldron explosions were naturally something to be expected. Yi Yuan, did you research and come up with this pill formula yourself? After a long while, Sky Maple finally asked the suspicion in his heart. This 7 profound soul-driving pill formula was something that even their forefather could not complete. If Yi Yuan could come up with it himself, then this alchemic talent was overly heaven-defying. Yi Yuan obviously would not say that he already knew this pill formula from the start. Of course, even if he did not know, completing it was not something hard. Of course not. Actually, before entering the sect, I already had a master. This pill formula was imparted to me by him. When I was searching for missions in the Support Star Pavilion, I just happened to see the level 9 number 3 mission, so I accepted it, Yi Yuan said with a grin. Sky Maple breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. It seemed like Yi Yuan's monstrousness was still within the boundaries of understanding. Even so, from Yi Yuan's conversation, it could be seen that his alchemy skill foundation was extremely solid. However, Sky Maple developed an intense curiosity towards such master who could train such an incredible disciple. The way Sky Maple saw it, that person was definitely in existence more amazing than him. He might even be an alchemy sovereign. Yi Yuan recounted the fabricated story again before Sky Maple dismissed that idea of requesting an audience. Sky Maple obviously did not know that while he was unaware, he had already spoken to a former alchemy emperor. Even if Yi Yuan could not refine out high-tier medicinal pills now, his experience and knowledge were simply not on the same level as Sky Maple's. Yi Yuan looked as if he was conversing with Sky Maple, but in reality, it could be counted giving pointers to him. Being able to obtain some pointers from an alchemy emperor was enough for Sky Maple to profit from his entire life, because it was impossible for Sky Maple to even see Yi Yuan's shadow in this lifetime. In his previous life, there had been countless alchemy ancestors, alchemy saints, even alchemy venerables who sought for Yi Yuan's guidance, but did not even have the chance. An alchemy king, like Sky Maple, did not even have the qualifications to present himself in front of him. Not that Yi Yuan valued his old broomstick, but because he really did not wish to waste time in this area. The reason why Yi Yuan was so generous was actually still because of his promise to Lu Yen last time. Yi Yuan reckoned that Sky Maple should be the Tranquil Cloud sect's greatest expert in the alchemy Tao. For him to have any breakthrough naturally brought enormous benefits to the entire sect. The use of the 7 profound soul-driving pill was to aid the divine soul in breaking through. At Sky Maple's age, he basically already exhausted all of his potentials. Under the circuit stances without the use of external force, he would essentially just stop at his present realm in this lifetime. Sky Maple himself was already clear on this point. That was why he placed all of his energy on the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Whether the power of the sect was strong or not, it had never been about the number of disciples, history, or ACCU mulation. The deciding factor was the sect's most powerful member, a sect that possessed a middle-stage Soul Sea realm martial artist would be stronger than a sect like the Tranquil Cloud sect. Furthermore, it would be overwhelmingly stronger. If they did not have the protection of the sect protecting Grand Array, a middle-stage Soul Sea realm could take on the entire Tranquil Cloud sect by himself. Once martial artists cultivated to a certain realm, human piling tactics would no longer be able to compensate for the gap. The more Sky Maple conversed, the more opportunistic he became. The more he conversed, the greater his thirst for knowledge was. But Yi Yuan controlled the limits very well, conversing with the other party with the attitude of being equals, not letting Sky Maple feel like he was giving pointers. With his master as the backing end. 1. Yi Yuan's conversation did not appear too unexpected. Before long, W.A.N.G. Jia barged in very excitedly. Chapter 243, Selling Pill Formula. Chapter 243, Selling Pill Formula. Seeing W.A.N.G. Jia barge inside directly, Sky Maple frowned and said, unhappily, already so mature, yet why are you still so brash? Don't you see that Yi Yuan and I are currently conversing? Unknowingly, Sky Maple already placed Yi Yuan on the same level as him. Sorry, master. Disciple was rash. W.A.N.G. Jia hurriedly apologized with a salute. Sky Maple waved his hands irritably and asked, what is it? Why are you making such a fuss? W.A.N.G. Jia had an eager face as he said, replying, master, just now I went to find Lord Sect Master. He said that a few days back, some disciples just happened to obtain some ice heart dew, so I brought it back. When Sky Maple heard it, his anger involuntarily turned into joy as he said, really? Great. Since all the ingredients are prepared, then let's start refining. He had just learned many things from Yi Yuan and was currently itching to practice his skills. In addition, he obtained the pill formula, so he would naturally be itching to have a go. Don't be anxious, master. I haven't finished talking yet. There isn't much ice heart dew. According to what Yi Yuan said, it should only be enough for one refinement. W.A.N.G. Jia said. Sky Maple frowned and said, so little? How is it possible to succeed in one go? W.A.N.G. Jia said, ice heart dew is originally extremely scarce. It was only coincidentally obtained this time by an elite disciple out doing missions. He exchanged 10,000 points by handing it to the sect. Even if the sect seeks it out in full force, it would probably be very hard to find within 3 months. As the Grand Elder, how could Sky Maple not know the scarcity of Tier 4 medicinal herbs? However, he yearned for the 7 profound soul-driving pill too deeply. Even if the material was harder to get, he had to obtain it. This was not just to fulfill him alone, but also to fulfill the entire sect. The materials that Sky Maple exhausted these few years were worth upwards of 10 million points when added up. But Luo Qingfeng did not grumble at all. Why? simply because back then, Ouyang Tuotian founded the present Tranquil Cloud sect with his own strength. The sect's upper echelons all understood the difference between low-rank alchemy king and middle-rank alchemy king. Hearing W.A.N.G.Gia's words, Skymapple's good mood instantly vanished, and his heart inexplicably became frustrated. Although the 7 Profound Soul Driving Pill was a low-tier 4 medicinal pill, it was really somewhat forceful for Skymaple. The possibility of succeeding in one go was too low. Once he failed, he would have to wait up to 3 months, maybe even half a year's time. The Clear Spirit Jade Fluid and 9-leaf Heavenly Fragrance GRAS collected the previous time were already pretty much expended. At most, he could refine once or twice. If the refinement this time failed, he would have to gather these 2 kinds of medicinal herbs again. The Clear Spirit Jade Fluid and 9-leaf Heavenly Fragrance GRAS were also Tier 3 medicinal herbs. Similarly, they were very rare. Who knew how long he would have to wait to refine again? Thinking up to here, Skymapple's brows knitted together even tighter. Pressure engulfed him, like it blotted out the skies and land. For over a dozen years, Skymaple virtually did not inquire about sect affairs and put his heart and soul on the 7 Profound Soul Driving Pill. But he kept being unable to obtain a breakthrough. Although Luo Qingfeng and the other sect upper echelons did not say anything, the pressure on Skymaple was also enormous. Otherwise, he would not be so hot-tempered either. Skymaple only felt that the bottle containing the ice heart dew weighed 30,000 caddies when he took it over from W.A.N.G.Gia's hands. He returned to his seat and started to waver. Yi Yuan saw through Skymapple's state of mind and said, "Grand Elder, I have a suggestion. While this can't guarantee that you'll definitely refine the 7 Profound Soul Driving Pill, it should raise the success rate considerably." Skymaple was currently dejected. When he heard Yi Yuan's words, he nearly jumped up. He stared at Yi Yuan intently and asked, "What method?" "As long as I can refine out the 7 Profound Soul Driving Pill, I'll add in 200,000 more points." These words were simply heavenly melody to Skymaple. Yi Yuan knew the advantages of points, so he obviously would not reject. In truth, him completing the 7 Profound Soul Driving Pill formula was already considered completing the mission. With just a message from Skymaple, he could get the reward already. However, he already did it to this extent already. Might as well help him to the end. When Master imparted me the 7 Profound Soul Driving Pill formula, he even told me about another quasi-tier 4-pill formula. This kind of medicinal pill is called Soul Driving Pill. Master said that the 7 Profound Soul Driving Pill was the upgraded version of the Soul Driving Pill. The 2 originated from the same source. The refinement method is also extremely similar. The refinement of the 7 Profound Soul Driving Pill is much more complex than the Soul Driving Pill, but the essence is pretty much the same. If Grand Elder can use the Soul Driving Pill to practice and familiarize yourself with the refinement method, refining the 7 Profound Soul Driving Pill after should be much easier. Yi Yuan said. Skymaple trembled agitatedly when he heard this. Excellent. Truly excellent. There's really such a medicinal pill. Martial Path medicinal pills were easy to find, but Alchemy Path medicinal pills were hard to obtain. There were actually very, very few medicinal pills that affected the divine soul. It was like a single hair from 9 oxen when compared to Martial Path medicinal pills. Back then, Ouyang Tuotian also coincidentally obtained the incomplete 7 Profound Soul Driving Pill formula. Skymaple naturally had not heard about the Soul Driving Pill before. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "How would I dare to deceive Grand Elder?" Although the herbs to refine the Soul Driving Pill are also rare, with the sex strength, I think there should be some in stock. It should be enough for Grand Elder to use for practice. Quickly tell me the pill formula. I'll let W, A, N, G, go retrieve the herbs. Sky Maple said impatiently. After he said that, Sky Maple suddenly felt that it was inappropriate. He involuntarily smacked his head and said awkwardly, "Huh, take a look at this old muddle head. Even if it's a quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, this pill formula is also a priceless treasure. Yi Yuan, what requests do you have? Just state them. I'll do all I can to recompense you. N, is 1 million points enough? Just take it as the sect is buying your pill formula. Will your mastermind?" Sky Maple started to worry about personal gains and losses. Pill formulas were always undisclosable secrets to any influence, especially medicinal pills that raised soul force. They were even more so priceless treasures. While the grade of the soul-driving pill was not as high as the 7 profound soul-driving pill, its value was even greater to the Tranquil Cloud sect instead. Even if Yi Yuan completed the 7 profound soul-driving pill formula, how many people in the Tranquil Cloud sect could afford to enjoy it? There was only Sky Maple, that one alchemy king alone. But the soul-driving pill was different. Quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills had effects on sea transformation realm quasi-alchemy kings. The Tranquil Cloud sect acquiring this pill formula was equivalent to alchemists' realms collectively rising a rank. Such trade was too worthwhile to the Tranquil Cloud sect, if not for being fearful of the master behind Yi Yuan. Once Yi Yuan rejected, he might even give birth to the idea of forcefully Hing. 1 million points to buy the soul-driving pill formula was really not considered much. A quasi-tier 4 pill formula was no big deal to Yi Yuan. Since he opened his mouth, he was obviously prepared to give it to Sky Maple. "Master, let me enter the secular world to test myself." He said that everything is up to me. He naturally would not mind, but the soul-driving pill formula is indeed precious, so I'll accept Grand Elder's 1 million points. In the future, when Master asks about it, I can also explain. Yi Yuan obtained many benefits from the sect too. His Azure Dipper floating Zero Sword art emerged from the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art. There was no harm in treating this pill formula as giving a plum in return for a peach. It was just to not make Sky Maple feel that he was indifferent, that he accepted the 1 million points. Chapter 244, Competing Essence Fires. Chapter 244, Competing Essence Fires. Inside Sky Maple's refining room was a mess. From yesterday until now, Sky Maple had already refined over a dozen cauldrons of soul-driving pills. In the end, he was an alchemy king. It was still very quick for him to get started on refining quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. After wasting 4 sets of materials, Sky Maple finally refined the soul-driving pill. Of course, Yi Yuan's pointers could not be understated at all. Refining soul force medicinal pills was different from conventional medicinal pills. If he did not have Yi Yuan's guidance, Sky Maple might not even be able to refine a complete soul-driving pill after wasting 10 portions of materials. After 4 furnaces of medicinal pills, Sky Maple failed once or twice again. After 10 furnaces, he basically no longer failed. Grand Elder is indeed worthy of being an alchemy king. To actually familiarize yourself with the soul-driving pill by using only a dozen oversets of materials. With Grand Elder's present state, the success rate of refining the 7 profound soul-driving pill should be above 60%. Yi Yuan stealthily slipped in a flatter, but Sky Maple's face went red. "I am a disappointment as an alchemy king. If not for your master's refinement method and Himpa-s sing on all his experience to you, it's probably unlikely for me to learn it so quickly." Yi Yuan giving pointers by the side, was naturally borrowing the name of his fictional master. Yi Yuan smiled and did not give any explanation. Instead, he said, "Strike while the iron is hot. Grand Elder, consume medicinal pills to recover your strength first. Let's succeed in refining the 7 profound soul-driving pill in one go while the sensation is still there." Initially, Sky Maple was still full of confidence. But when he heard about refining the 7 profound soul-driving pill, he could not help faltering again. Refine it now? But there's only one set of materials. Why not familiarize more with the soul-driving pill? Where was there still any majesty of a Grand Elder for Sky Maple now? Rather, he was like a little kid worried about whether or not he could get to eat candy, whether he could refine or not. Yi Yuan naturally had the best say in this matter. Grand Elder is already very well versed in the soul-driving pill, and you've also said the period where you experienced the greatest increase. Continuing to refine will not bring any notable effect. Rather, you've just finished refining over a dozen cauldrons of soul-driving pill and are currently in a state where your hands are hot and ready to go. Once you rest, I'm afraid that it will be very hard to find this sort of feeling again. Therefore, I feel that it's still better to refine now, Yi Yuan advised. Sky Maple felt at a loss for a while. When he heard that, he became determined in spite of himself and said, "It's a blade whether I poke my head out or shrink back. Do it." Immediately, Sky Maple swallowed several medicinal pills and began to meditate to adjust himself. If this were before, Sky Maple absolutely would not listen and follow the words of a junior like so. But these 2 days, Yi Yuan already subdued him with his broad and profound knowledge. Even with Yi Yuan pretending to borrow his master's words to say most of the things, that gleam of brilliance revealed within the words could be sensed intensely by Sky Maple. The master was very powerful. The disciple was similarly very formidable. After 4 hours, Sky Maple adjusted his condition to its peak. To have become the tranquil cloud-sex soul alchemy king, there was no questioning of Sky Maple's mind and determination, since he was already resolved to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Sky Maple would not be timid anymore. Jia already prepared the materials. Yi Yuan took the initiative to take on the role of assistant. Jia became idle instead. Preparation work was similarly very important to refining pills. Not that Yi Yuan looked down on Jia, it was just that with him doing the preparatory work, the success rate would clearly be higher. The preparation work was not limited by realm. Yi Yuan performed it with high proficiency. Yi Yuan's hand-grabbing refinement method astounded these 2 people too. Seeing that virtually perfect medicinal embryo, Sky Maple's eyes went wide. Indeed, an outstanding disciple comes from an accomplished master. Sky Maple thought to himself. Placing the medicinal embryo into the medicinal cauldron, S of fire floated from Sky Maple's palm and lit the medicinal cauldron. Gangwu True Fire. Yi Yuan said the name of the flame. Ha! I didn't think that you would even know the Gangwu True Fire. That's right. Under my nurturing, the Gangwu True Fire is already about to advance to a Tier 4 Essence Fire. Sky Maple said, rather pleased with himself. Grand Elder better use my Essence Fire. This way, your chances will be greater. Yi Yuan said, rather oddly, "Oh, you actually have an Essence Fire too? Looks like your fortune really isn't shallow. However, it's still better to use Essence Fires that you nurtured yourself when refining pills. You should know this point, right?" This was already Sky Maple taking into consideration Yi Yuan's face. He was somewhat perplexed. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to not even know this bit of general knowledge. Why did he still raise such a request? Could it be that Yi Yuan's essence fire was even better than his? How was this possible? He was only at the spirit condensation realm. To have a Tier 2 essence fire was already considered immensely fortuitous. Yi Yuan did not let him wonder for long. He nodded and said, "Of course I know that, but the chances should be better by using my essence fire to refine." Yi Yuan repeated again as a bundle of flames appeared in his palm too. When Sky Maple saw that bundle of faint yellow flames, he sucked in a cold breath. W.A. and Jia by the side clearly recognized Yi Yuan's essence fire too, his eyes full of envy. Hiss. Cleansing sandal sacred flame. This. How's this possible? Sky Maple stuttered. When this disciple took part in the endless trials at the Danwu Academy, I happened to chance upon some lucky chances. Yi Yuan explained it lightly, not that Yi Yuan wanted to show off, but because if Sky Maple used a Tier 4 essence fire to refine, the success rate would clearly be greater. Yi Yuan knew that Sky Maple had an essence fire. He thought that if it were a Tier 4 essence fire, then he would not mention this. The result was that Sky Maple's essence fire was indeed not Tier 4. If Sky Maple had a Tier 4 essence fire, using Yi Yuan's essence fire would really be inferior to the one he nurtured himself. But as for Tier 3, the grade was really kind of lousy, let alone comparing to the cleansing sandal sacred flame, which was suited for alchemy. Sky Maple looked at the cleansing sandal sacred flame within Yi Yuan's palm dimly for a long time before letting out a sigh and saying, "Comparing people to people is indeed odious. Back then, I risked my old life before I gained the Ganwu true fire at the sea transformation realm. You're only at the spirit condensation realm and actually already have the cleansing sandal sacred flame. This is the paramount dream essence fire for alchemists. Finus. H.I. plus Ing Sky Maple quietly kept away the Ganwu true fire in his palm. It was evident that he did not plan on taking it out to show his inadequacy. Yi Yuan kept staring at Sky Maple's eyes. If his heart gave birth to greed, then Yi Yuan and the tranquil cloud sex fate would end here. Fortunately, Sky Maple did not disappoint him. The matter of Yi Yuan possessing the cleansing sandal sacred flame was actually already known by Yao Qian long ago. It was only a matter of time before it reached Sky Maple's ears. Hence, Yi Yuan had no reservations about taking it out. Tranquil Cloud Sect's rules stated that all the natural treasures obtained by disciples outside belonged to them. Others may not insist on it. If they had no use for it, they could hand it over to the sect to exchange for points. If a sect wantonly seized disciples' lucky chances, it was no different from killing the chicken to retrieve the egg. Then, the sect would not be far from destruction anymore. Ha! This disciple also faced near certain death to acquire the essence fire. It was just a lucky coincidence. Grand Elder, let's begin? Yi Yuan brushed over it. Sky Maple nodded and calmed his mind. Yi Yuan called out the cleansing sandal flame lotus's main body and used the main body to light the medicinal cauldron. Sky Maple began to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Chapter 245, Pill Hall, Vice Hall Head. Chapter 245, Pill Hall, Vice Hall Head. The refinement of the 7 profound soul-driving pill was relatively smooth. Yi Yuan already prepared everything to help Sky Maple refine this medicinal pills. He even threw in the cleansing sandal sacred flame. If Sky Maple still could not refine it like this, then this alchemy king should just find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. When Sky Maple held the 7 profound soul-driving pill in his hands, he trembled agitatedly and almost slipped and dropped the pill on the floor. Ha ha ha. I finally refined the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Truly the heaven is protecting me, Sky Maple. The heaven is protecting my tranquil cloud sect. While Sky Maple was talking, the flesh on his face was quivering. For the past years, all of Sky Maple's energy was placed on this medicinal pill, but it was all to no avail. Sky Maple naturally understood at present that if Yi Yuan had not appeared, the 7 profound soul-driving pill definitely could not be refined, and he would also fail to take a single inch forward in this lifetime. Now that the medicinal pill was refined, how could Sky Maple not be agitated? Congratulations, Master! Your long-cherished wish of 13 years is finally fulfilled. W.A.N.G.'s words also carried trembling, and he even seemed to choke up a little. He was clearly also greatly moved. W.A.N.G. had followed Sky Maple for 5 to 6 years already. These 5 to 6 years, most of his time was spent on the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Only he himself was well aware just how much hards, H.I.+P. and scoldings he suffered during this period. Of course, W.A.N.G. was an understanding person. He knew the misery and pressure in Sky Maple's heart. That was why he bore the hards, H.I.+P.S. without any complaints. Now that the 7 profound soul-driving pill had finally been refined, a feeling like the bitterness being followed by the sweet welled up in W.A.N.G.'s heart. He could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan, his heart filled with awe and veneration. Yes, it was awe and veneration. This sort of feeling, he only had them towards Sky Maple before. For Yi Yuan to have such knowledge and means at such an age, it was truly overwhelmingly heaven-defying. Originally, W.A.N.G. was still somewhat pleased with himself within the sect. But now, that pride in his heart was grounded until it was badly mauled. This was a genuine genius. Yi Yuan also went forward to congratulate. Congratulations, Grand Elder, to have realized your long-cherished dream. Only now did Sky Maple return to reality from his agitation. Looking at Yi Yuan, he sighed emotionally and said, Yi Yuan, it's entirely due to your credit that this seat could refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Yi Yuan beamed and said, the medicinal herbs were prepared by the sect, and the medicinal pill was refined personally by Grand Elder. How can Yi Yuan dare to claim credit? If one really had to talk about credit, it would just be the credit for loaning out the essence fire. Ha ha! Sky Maple did not show anything on the surface, but he secretly approved in his heart. Yi Yuan completely lacked the impulsiveness that a youth should have. When claiming credit, he did not become arrogant. Looking at Yi Yuan's expression, it was as if he did some minor thing that was not even worth mentioning. This was not the breadth of mind that the average youth could have. Sky Maple obviously did not know that this was really just something insignificant to Yi Yuan. Haha, you don't need to be modest, Yi Yuan. Whether you have contributions or not, this seat is very clear about it in my heart. This matter, you bestowed grace upon this elderly self and similarly did a favor to my tranquil cloud sect. This old man will remember it in my heart. W.A.N.G. Gather all the hall elders, and above to the A.S. Assembly Hall. I have a matter to announce. Sky Maple suddenly said to W.A.N.G. The A.S. Assembly Hall was the place where Yi Yuan underwent the tri-hall joint hearing. Presently, there was commotion all about inside the hall. It looked rather like a tea house. Elder Son, do you know what matter Grand Elder suddenly summoned us for? Elder Son was also at a loss as he shook his head and said, how do I know? Grand Elder has already not inquired about sect matters for many years and studied the 7 profound soul-driving pill wholeheartedly. Sigh. I say, did he gather us because the 7 profound soul-driving pill is refined? Huh. How is that possible? That 7 profound soul-driving pill. Both you and I have studied it. We can't refine it either after testing out so many medicinal herbs. Furthermore, this pill formula was accidentally obtained by Forefather Ouyang back them. Forefather was a high-rank alchemy sovereign. Even he could not complete it. So how could Grand Elder complete it? That's true. But I heard that Grand Elder seemed to have studied another kind of medicinal herb to complete the pill formula recently. He seemed to be very confident. Maybe he really successfully refined it? Another elder could not help laughing as he said, "Ha, old son, you really don't care what's going on outside your window. I've also heard about the matter you said, but there has already been several cauldron explosions from Grand Elder's place already. Do you think he can refine it?" "Finus. H.I. Elder son also looked stunned before immediately smiling bitterly and shaking his head. In truth, these elders were also displeased towards Sky Maple for being obsessed with the 7 profound soul-driving pill. It was just that Sky Maple's status in the sect was too high. Plus, the sect master supported him fully. Hence, body dared to say anything. One had to know that what Sky Maple expended to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill were all Tier 4 materials. Tier 4 materials were extremely valuable to the Tranquil Cloud Sect too. These few years, Sky Maple exhausted countless manpower and material resources in order to refine this medicinal pill, but he never succeeded. To say that these elders did not have any complaints at all, that was unrealistic. And it was precisely so that Sky Maple wavered previously and did not dare to start the refinement. Just as everyone was confused, Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng walked into the hall while chatting happily. There were even 2 young men following behind them. One was W.A.N.G.Jia, and the other was Yi Yuan. When the group of elders saw Yi Yuan, they were stunned. How did Yi Yuan get together with Grand Elder after just a few days of not seeing him? Especially Yao Qian. He was originally planning on finding trouble with Yi Yuan, but did not imagine that Yi Yuan actually walked close with Grand Elder. If it was an ordinary relations, H.I. plus P, then that was still fine. But if Grand Elder took a fancy to him and took him in as a disciple, then it would be even harder for him to take action in the future. Thinking up to here, Yao Qian could not help feeling frustrated in his heart. His incident had already become a joke among the elders, but he could not even vent his anger. Truly grieving, he could only pray now that Yi Yuan and Grand Elder did not have too close a relation. The 4 people came to the center of the hall. Sky Maple sat in the main seat. Luo Qingfeng sat beside him, while Yi Yuan and W.A.N.G.Jia stood behind. Today, I called everyone here because I have 2 important matters to announce. The first matter is that from tomorrow onwards, I'll be entering terminal seclusion. When Sky Maple's voice fell, Whispered started again. However, Ouyang reacted extremely quickly. He bowed and said, "Martial uncle, can it be? Ha ha ha. Oh, Ouyang, you little monkey, your reaction is fast." Sky Maple started laughing heartily, except his address of Ouyang made the elders simmer with laughter. Ouyang had an embarrassed face. Ouyang's position in the sect was extremely high. Only Sky Maple dared to call him a little monkey. That's right. I believe everyone knows that this seat has been researching the 7 profound soul-driving pill wholeheartedly over these years. Heaven rewards the faithful. This seat finally got what he wanted today and refined out the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Sky Maple was clearly in an excellent mood. When speaking, he was full of energy. Once these words came out, there was congratulations and delighted surprise below. Sky Maple beamed happily and accepted everyone's felicitations. after everyone calmed down. He then said, "The second matter this seat is announcing is to appoint Yi Yuan as the Pill Hall's Vice Hall head." Chapter 246, Unexpected. Chapter 246, Unexpected. The entire hall was silent. This appointment from Sky Maple came too suddenly, and, Body was mentally prepared, including the sect master, Luo Qingfeng, who was beside him. As the sect's grand elder, Sky Maple even had the authority to appoint or dismiss the sect master, let alone a vice hall head. Yi Yuan did not have any mental preparation either, and was stunned by this nomination for a long while. The silence lasted for roughly 10 breaths of time, when finally somebody voiced out to object. The first person to oppose it was Ling Patian. "Martial uncle, Yi Yuan is just a newcomer disciple. Although he has some talent in the path of alchemy, isn't it rather rash to make him the vice hall head? And your meaning is that I'm old and worthless and can't discern people clearly?" Sky Maple said with a frown. These words were rather serious. He was trying to suppress these opposing voices directly. Although Ling Patian had a deadpan face, his expression right now was still rather ugly. Patian dare not. Patian was just dealing with the matter as it stands. Ling Patian clearly had a stubborn temper. At this time, Ouyang also came forward. "Martial uncle, Yi Yuan is only at the second-level spirit condensation realm and low-rank alchemy master. What capability does he have to be the vice hall head?" Now that 2 hall heads stood up to refute this, everyone's guts also swelled. One by one, they all stood up to object, especially Ouyang Ming and Yao Qian. The 2 of them were yelling the happiest. Among these elders, there were actually quite a few who were displeased with Yi Yuan's prior attitude. In their opinion, although Yi Yuan, this young man, was talented, he was too oblivious to the immensity of heaven and earth and extremely arrogant. What qualifications did he have to be the vice hall head? Of course, the most important thing was that Yi Yuan was still too young. His credentials were too shallow. He was simply unworthy of being the vice hall head. What should they do in the future if a teenage youth rode above these elders' heads? Did these old fellows who were hundreds of years old have to respectfully call out vice hall head when they saw Yi Yuan? How was this possible? Sky Maple's good mood was completely ruined by this. He obviously knew that nominating Yi Yuan to be the vice hall head was somewhat abrupt, but he knew that Yi Yuan's level was sufficient to take on this position. These few days, he had a lot of exchanges with Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan had always maintained a disciple's manners, and his words were very restrained, he still inadvertently revealed his erudite knowledge about alchemy Dao. The things that Yi Yuan talked about far Serpa said the boundary of alchemy master. It even Serpa said the boundary of quasi-alchemy king. He absolutely had the ability to be this vice hall head. Sky Maple even had a feeling that Yi Yuan was only unable to refine Tier 3 and quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills because his cultivation realm was not there yet. If Yi Yuan's realm were sufficient, refining Tier 3 and quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills would be as easy as flipping his hands. Moreover, Sky Maple had another consideration. Placing a heavy emphasis on Yi Yuan also showed the sect's emphasis on him. This definitely had enormous advantages in building a good relations. H.I.+P. with that enigmatic master behind Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's master was bound to be an alchemy sovereign existence. He might even be a high-rank alchemy sovereign like Ouyang Tuotian, such an existence. Even if he just took care of the Tranquil Cloud sect slightly, it could let the sect enjoy tremendous benefits. These fools did not understand anything, all objecting fervently. Sky Maple was furious. Bang! Sky Maple slammed a palm on the tea table beside the old vase. H.I. plus 1 wooden armchair. The abnormally tenacious and tough profound dipper would tea table instantly turned into dust. Seeing this scene, everyone was secretly alarmed. Grand Elder apparently really became angry. Sky Mapple's eyes swept across each person's face. These elders all did not dare to meet his gaze. Good. Very good. All these years, I've been in a half-seclusion state. Looks like after not coming out for too long, and, oh, Body is taking this old man seriously anymore. Today, I'm going to make Yi Yuan the Pill Hall Vice Hall head. Anyone else who dares to object will be expelled from the sect. Sky Maple directly used his trump card. Once Sky Maple's words came out, everybody was immediately as quiet as cicadas in winter. As a matter of fact, it was really as Sky Maple said. He had not appeared for too long already. Hence, everyone more or less took him lightly in their minds. The blood surged to all of their heads just now. They instinctively felt that letting a spirit condensation realm brat be the Pill Hall's Vice Hall head was truly a mockery, except they did not imagine that Grand Elder was actually going to kick them elders outside the walls because of Yi Yuan. At this time, Luo Qingfeng, who remained quiet the whole time, finally stood up. Sky Maple already said his words to such an extent. He could not remain silent any longer. I wonder why Martial Uncle wants to appoint Yi Yuan. Luo Qingfeng asked respectfully. Seeing that it was Luo Qingfeng inquiring, Sky Maple's expression eased up slightly as he said solemnly, "All of you are aware of the Level 9 mission that this seat hung in the Support Star Pavilion, right?" "Of course, we know. The mission Martial Uncle issued was to complete the 7 profound soul-driving pill," Luo Qingfeng said. Sky Maple nodded and said, "In truth, it was all thanks to Yi Yuan completing the pill formula that this seat could refine out the 7 profound soul-driving pill this time. Furthermore, during the refinement process, Yi Yuan even provided huge assistance. Of course, this is not the main point. The most important thing was that I acquired the quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, the soul-driving pill's formula from Yi Yuan on behalf of the sect. That's to say, you people are all the future beneficiaries of this pill formula. So, you people tell me, does Yi Yuan deserve to be the Vice Hall head?" Luo Qingfeng's face changed when he heard this. There's actually such a thing. Yi Yuan completed the pill formula? How is this possible? He's only a low-rank alchemy master. Yeah, the thing he took out before was only the true rising spirit pill formula, just a tier 1 medicinal pills. That's all. The 7 profound soul-driving pill is a tier 4 medicinal pill. Could it be that Yi Yuan really has a formidable master? Also, a quasi-tier 4 soul-driving pill. This name sounds a lot like the 7 profound soul-driving pill. Can it be? Can it be that we all have a chance to break through? All the elders were incredibly shocked. A low-rank alchemy master completed a tier 4 medicinal pill. This was simply inconceivable. At this point, there was no longer anybody who doubted that there really was a powerful master behind Yi Yuan. However, what they minded was not this. What they took notice of was the soul-driving pill. There was an body who could resist the temptation of breakthrough. Since this is the case, I have no objections. Luo Qingfeng pondered for a long time before saying, "I agree as well." Xiao Jian was the first to show his stand. The objections became waves of approval. Yao Qian's face was as ugly as it could get. With a sway of his body, Yi Yuan actually rode above his head, thinking of how Yi Yuan would boss him around to make him do things in the future. Yao Qian felt just as disgusted as he had just eaten a fly. Yao Qian really wished to yell out, "I disagree," but the weight of his words in this situation was too feeble. Furthermore, Sky Maple said that if anyone dared to object again, they would be directly expelled. Yao Qian could only swallow these two words back into his stomach and let it fester. The game was set. Sky Maple's expression looked much better. Since that's the case, then from today onwards, Yi Yuan will be… Hang on. Sky Maple was talking when Yi Yuan interrupted halfway. And what do you want to say, Yi Yuan? Sky Maple asked in puzzlement. Yi Yuan stood up and gave a bow to Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng. He slowly said, Grand Elder, Sect Master, I can't take this Vice Hall head position. Chapter 247. Exchange. Chapter 247. Exchange. This matter underwent another unexpected change. As the party involved, Yi Yuan actually rejected Grand Elder's appointment. This matter hit one snag after another, leaving the elders at somewhat of a loss on what to do. Yi Yuan, are you worried that you can't control these punks? Don't worry. With me around, none of them will dare to disobey your orders. Sky Maple did not imagine that Yi Yuan could actually voice out his rejection either. But he soon realized what it was that Yi Yuan was worried about. Yi Yuan said, Not this reason. This disciple thank Grand Elder very much for your great kindness. It's just that this Vice Hall head position, disciple really cannot accept it. Sky Maple asked in surprise, Why is that? This disciple entered the sect to hone the martial path. That's why I entered the martial hall. This disciple's strength is paltry. I originally wanted to compete with the seniors in the martial hall. Once I take on this Vice Hall head position, it wouldn't be appropriate to spar with other seniors about the martial path. Yi Yuan stated a reason that surprised everyone. Your alchemic talent is so peerless. Walking the martial path is truly a waste. Sky Maple sighed emotionally. Alchemists just needed to bother with cultivating essence energy and simply did not need to worry about combat power. But to martial artists, essence energy was only the foundation to unleash combat power. What they had to do was to maximize combat power to the greatest. Sky Maple himself was an alchemist. Seeing that Yi Yuan was so amazing in the alchemy path, he naturally hoped for him to walk the alchemy path. Little did he realize that Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao had already reached the acme of perfection. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your adulation. But at present, to me, the Darshal path is still more important. I hope that Grand Elder can permit it. Yi Yuan said earnestly. Seeing that Yi Yuan's was bent on this, a trace of helplessness flashed across Sky Maple's face. He could only say, Since that's the case, then this matter is over. However, I still want to give you the position of nominal elder. In the Pill Hall, your status is not beneath theirs. Hearing these words, Yao Qian's mood, which just had a turn for the better, returned to its original state. The so-called nominal elder was that they could ignore Pill Hall work but enjoy the treatment of an elder, kind of like only drawing a salary but not doing work. That was also to say that as long as Yi Yuan took on this appointment, he would be on an equal footing with him, Yao Qian. Recalling half a month ago where he was still an envoy planning on fetching Yi Yuan into the sect. At that time, he even said that Yi Yuan might not even be able to maintain the position of core disciple. But after half a month, with a shake of his body, Yi Yuan actually became equal footing as him. There really was the feeling like he was being slapped in the face in public. Quickly reject. Quickly reject. Yao Qian kept on praying in his heart that Yi Yuan would also reject this elder position. Since Grand Elder insists, then all right, I'll accept this nominal elder. However, I hope that the sect will not publicize my status and not give me any special treatment. Let me cultivate with an ordinary disciple ident. One time. The reality was very cruel. Yi Yuan accepted this appointment in the end. Yi Yuan knew that there were many benefits to being an elder. It was only a nominal status anyway. Why would he say no? Within the Tranquil Cloud sect, the elders had many responsibilities and also had many privileges. Yi Yuan, as a nominal elder, did not need to carry out responsibilities. He, a spirit condensation realm, could not carry them out even if he wanted to. However, he could enjoy the privileges. Only a fool would not do it. Yi Yuan also guessed some parts of Skymapple's thoughts. That was why he was insistent on not accepting the vice hall head position. Yi Yuan's time was very valuable. He did not wish to waste it on sect affairs. But as for this nominal elder, he had no emotional burdens. Haha, it's good that you agreed. Otherwise, I really would not know how I should thank you. Qingfeng, later, you help Yi Yuan make an elder token. As to the disciples, don't publicize it. Sky Maple also let out a sigh in relief seeing that Yi Yuan accepted. Luo Qingfeng replied with a yes. His eyes seemed complicated as he shot Yi Yuan a glance. To promote to become a sect elder at the spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan was the first person to do so since the establishment of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Luo Qingfeng was also a smart man. He also guessed some parts of Skymapple's intentions, so he did not have any complaints towards this. To a declined sect, they madly yearned to be strong. Sky Maple swept a glance over everyone. Seeing that many people's face had unconvinced looks, he sneered coldly in his heart. After this seat enters closed seclusion, Qingfeng will take the stage. You all do well to assist him. If there are any problems related to alchemy, you can communicate and exchange with Elder Yi Yuan. I believe that he won't let you down. Sky Maple said calmly. Yi Yuan sweated heavily when he heard that, but he could not explain things at such a time. This old fellow isn't drawing aggro to me, right? It was still fine for the Marshall Hall elders, but the thick hostility from those Pill Hall elders was too distinct. Indeed, once Skymapple's words fell, Yi Yuan immediately felt a deep fighting intent. Every one of the elders was filled with righteous indignation. They dared to be angry, but dared not voice out. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have been killed multiple times over by now. Just a low-rank alchemy master, and the Grand Elder actually used him to compare to the elders. This was such a joke. Furthermore, although Grand Elder said, exchange, in truth, everybody heard that it was seek advice. Even if Yi Yuan really completed the 7 profound soul-driving pill formula, it was definitely a blind cat catching a dead rat. He just coincidentally knew this pill formula. That was all. If one were to say that Yi Yuan's level was high, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Yi Yuan had an incredible master behind him, so it was also normal to know how to recite several higher-level pill formulas. But he was only a teenager. How deep could his understanding towards alchemy be? In the Pill Hall's Assembly Hall, a bunch of elders surrounded Ouyang. Some of their throats were already red from arguing. Hallhead, I really can't take this lying down. Old me has immersed myself in the alchemy path for about 150 years. I dare not say that I'm well versed in alchemy, but I can't be beaten by a teenage child, right? Exactly. I have no objections about Grand Elder insisting on letting Yi Yuan be a nominal elder, but to let us go and seek advice from him, isn't it too overboard? Grand Elder is clearly looking down on our Pill Hall. How can he do this? He himself also walked out from the Pill Hall. How can he belittle our Pill Hall like this? Can it be that so many of us quasi-alchemy kings here can't even fight him? A low-rank alchemy master? I want to challenge him. Right, I also want to challenge him. I want to see just whether or not Yi Yuan really has 3 heads and 6 arms. I'll go too. Everyone was clamoring, giving Ouyang a headache. However, These elders' words really hit the spot for him. Although Sky Maple did not name him, he clearly included him inside too. Ouyang Yu was the Pill Hall's hall head, and also the strongest alchemist in the Pill Hall, an existence that was only a step away from advancing into Alchemy King realm. Of course, this step was a heavenly chasm to him. Such an existence still needed to accept guidance from Yi Yuan, a low-rank alchemy master? What a joke! Ouyang Yu swept a glance over these elders and said with a slight smile, "I didn't hear anything." "Finus! H.I. Plussing." He turned around and left. The group of elders was stunned. Immediately after, they revealed an understanding smile. Chapter 248, Denied Entry. Chapter 248, Denied Entry. Xiao Yun was the 5th seed among the Pill Hall elders. The previous year, he had just broken through to high-rank quasi-alchemy king realm. As the Pill Hall's up and rising force in the prime of his life, his position in the Pill Hall was very high, and he was deemed to be one of the contenders to become the next Pill Hall's hall head. In comparison, although Yao Qian and his like were Pill Hall elders, they were the least important group of people, barely enough to do the role of running errands. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to the state of Qin to be an envoy. His age was old, his cultivation realm was low, and he already exhausted all of his potential and hard to have any breakthrough in this life. As the representative of the newly emerging force, Xiao Yun was one of the most reluctant to accept Yi Yuan taking on the position of nominal elder. In front of Ouyang Yu, Xiao Yun was one of those who argued the fiercest. Ouyang Yu left without saying anything. It was clear that he tacitly approved of them, finding Yi Yuan to communicate and exchange. The few elders who made the most noise put their heads together. Finally, Xiao Yun offered to come forward and challenge Yi Yuan. Xiao Yun was one of the celebrity figures among the various Pill Hall elders. Once his profile appeared in the Earth Barracks, immediately there were disciples who recognized him. Disciple Li Ming has seen Elder Xiao Yun, an 8th-level spirit condensation, realm disciples said respectfully. Xiao Yun felt a little pleased with himself secretly, but he said authoritatively, "And you came just in time. Yi Yuan is staying here, right?" Li Ming was confused. "Yi Yuan? This name is really unfamiliar. Is he a newcomer?" And there seemed to be a novice disciple a few days ago. He beat up senior, apprentice, brother, Tsang's younger brother right after coming. This time, it was Xiao Yun's turn to be stupefied. Fighting with others the moment he came, indeed a troublemaker. Li Ming saw Xiao Yun frown and instinctively thought that he came to find trouble with Yi Yuan. He hurriedly said, "Yi Yuan is staying at the number 72 courtyard over there. I'll go call him over to pay respects to Elder Xiao right away." The elder already came to find Yi Yuan personally. As a disciple, he naturally had to come out to receive him. Finus, H.I. Plussing. Without even waiting for Xiao Yun's approval, he jogged over to the number 72 courtyard. Xiao Yun originally wanted to stop Li Ming, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Although Yi Yuan's nominal elder status was already established, it was still tough for the elder's viewpoint to switch over in a short period. In Xiao Yun's subconscious, he still felt that Yi Yuan should come out to meet him. Xiao Yun called for Yi Yuan's courtyard gate to be opened. The one who opened it was Luer. "Miss, I'm finding Yi Yuan." Seeing that it was a beauty who opened the door, Li Ming was very courteous. Luer saw that this person was unfamiliar and instinctively wanted to turn him away. "Young master is currently resting. I wonder what matter this senior apprentice brother have." Li Ming obviously could tell that she was evading and could not help furrowing his brows as he said, "Resting, huh? Then quickly go and wake Yi Yuan up. Just say that the Pill Hall's 5th seed elder, Xiao Yun, has arrived. Ask him to hurry and welcome him." Li Ming feared that Lu'er did not know Xiao Yun's weight and added a sentence. Elder Xiao Yun is a candidate for the next Pill Hall's hall head. His status is extraordinary. You can't slight him. Indeed, Lu'er's expression changed when she heard that. It had also been some time since she came to the Tranquil Cloud sect. She had a rough understanding of the Tranquil Cloud sect situation. This Tlea of Pill Hall's hall head was absolutely a big shot in the Tranquil Cloud sect, even if he was the future Pill Hall's hall head. Lu'er did not dare to delay. She immediately went in to report. When Yi Yuan heard that it was some future Pill Hall's hall head, his brows could not help knitting together. Did trouble come to find him so soon? However, wasn't the scale a little large? Everyone was at the elder level. Want him to go to the gate to receive him? This name of future hall head might be useful to others, but it was useless to Yi Yuan. In Yi Yuan's eyes, those Pill Hall elders were all trash, let alone the fact that his ident. One, Tai was already not beneath his. One had to know that Sky Maple asked him to be the vice hall head at the start. The other party actually had no concept of importance. Lu'er, go tell him that this young master is currently busy cultivating. Time doesn't wait for me. I don't have time to go out and receive him, Yi Yuan said calmly after hearing that. Lu'er was shocked, as she said, but that senior apprentice brother said that this elder's position is very high. Wouldn't this offend people? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, he originally came to find trouble. Even if I go out and welcome him, he will still find trouble. So what's the difference between whether I offend him or not? Lu'er asked curiously, how does young master know that he came to find trouble? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, your young master knows everything. Go on, just repeat it word for word. Yi Yuan did not tell Lu'er about the matter of him becoming a nominal elder. To Yi Yuan, it was simply not noteworthy. Lu'er would never defy Yi Yuan's words. Since Yi Yuan said so, he definitely had his reasons. Hence, she returned to the entrance and reported Yi Yuan's words to Li Ming. When Li Ming heard the words, he nearly cried out. Even if he was giving excuses, there was no need to be so obvious, right? Li Ming's eyes went wide as he stared at Lu'er and confirmed, you really told your young master that it's Elder Xiao Yun who came to find him? Lu'er felt a little guilty, but she still nodded and said, yes, I already told him, but my young master is really busy with cultivation. Finus, Plussing. Lu'er slammed the door shut with a bang. Li Ming stood there in a daze and did not recover for a long time. Isn't this Yi Yuan too conceited to actually not even give face to a Pill Hall elder? Elder Xiao Yun looked like he was finding trouble to begin with, but Yi Yuan is still showing this attitude. He's dead now. No one who opposed the Pill Hall elders had a good ending. Li Ming thought to himself. Carrying some discontentment, Li Ming returned back to Xiao Yun and reported the encounter earlier. Of course, he even mixed some personal stuff inside. Indeed, Xiao Yun flew into a great rage when he heard that. He rushed over to the number 72 courtyard furiously. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Yuan, come out for this elder. I know that you are not cultivating. Xiao Yun shouted. And Body answered. Xiao Yun was so enraged that he was about to explode. His position in the sect was extremely high, yet he was actually declined entry when coming to find a Marshall Hall core disciple. Due to him shouting extremely loudly just now, it already attracted quite a number of disciples to crowd around. If he could not even get the other party's door to open today, then it would be a tremendous disgrace. Xiao Yun's face was already as black as the bottom of a wok. He said solemnly, I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, this elder will tear down your courtyard. 1, Xiao Yun waited for several breaths of time. No response. 2. Still no response. This Yi Yuan is to be A-L-O-S-Y. That's Elder Xiao Yun. Others can't even wait to suck up to him. Yet Yi Yuan actually dared to refuse him entry. Ha, this is the prelude of being chased out. Elder Xiao Yun is a powerful candidate for the next generation Pill Hall's Hall Head. Is there anyone who can stay in the sect after offending him? Last time, I still thought that this boy was a genius when I saw Yi Yuan beat Tsung Yu. But looking at it now, this fellow is a hothead. He could have offended anyone. But why did he have to offend Elder Xiao Yun? About to reach the count of 3. Do you guys think that Elder Xiao Yun will drag Yi Yuan out and give him a beating? The surrounding disciples were discussing fervently. Such a rare show truly should not be missed. Xiao Yun had a dark face as he gnashed his teeth and yelled, 3. Still no reaction. Chapter 249. A Jade Slip. Chapter 249. A Jade Slip. Good. Very good. Really treating this elder as heir? I want to see just how you be a turtle after I tear down your house. Xiao Yun gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Finus. Plussing, Xiao Yun gathered up a colossal amount of essence energy, forcing the surrounding disciples back, as if he was really going to wreck Yi Yuan's house. Watching Xiao Yun gather up such immense essence energy, the crowd could not help being dumbstruck. If this really smashed down, forget about the house. Even Yi Yuan would become residue, right? But right then, the door squeaked open. The sound of the door opening was ear-piercing. Everyone could not help looking over in that direction. They initially thought that they could see Yi Yuan's form scrambling over here, but they saw a little green pixie. It was precisely Luer. Xiao Yun only put away his skill after he saw the gate finally open. He sneered coldly in his heart. Humph! As expected, he belongs to the family of donkeys. He won't move unless he's... Xiao Yun snorted frostily. Luer did not say anything. She just beckoned towards Xiao Yun, signaling him to come over and talk. She looked very mysterious. Xiao Yun thought that Luer was asking him into the house to talk. Hence, he went forward a few steps and was about to enter the door. He came to let Yi Yuan know what was called heaven beyond heaven, and human beyond human, not let a bunch of disciples watch a show. If he let these disciples know that he came to find Yi Yuan to compete in alchemy, it would only lower his social status. Even if he won, it would not be honorable. The Pill Hall's 5th seat, winning a Marshall Hall core disciple. Wasn't this him hitting his own face? Grand Elder had already instructed not to reveal Yi Yuan's Pill Hall elder ident. One tie. Xiao Yun naturally did not dare to poke the bull, except when he entered the gate and was just about to walk inside. Luer extended her hand to stop him. Xiao Yun's face fell as he asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Luer said in a soft voice, "Young master says that he's busy with cultivation currently and doesn't have the time to spar in alchemy skills with others. Elder, please go back." "I already came in." "Making me go back." "Yi Yuan, he—" Luer interrupted his words, and Pa S. set him a jade slip, saying, "Young master said to Pa S this to you, and you'll leave on your own." Xiao Yun reached over to take the jade slip and snickered icily as he said, "Trying to dismiss me with one jade slip? Who does Yi Yuan think he is? A puny little 4th level spirit condensation. Realm actually dare to be so arrogant and look down on others to such an extent?" Luer said, "Why don't Elder take a look at the jade slip first? Since young master said so, he naturally has some confidence." "Haha, what a joke. Fine, I want to see just how Yi Yuan will use a jade slip to send me away." Xiao Yun was a compet. One, Tyve's soul. Luer slyly slipped in some goading, and this fellow fell for it. In reality, Luer did not know what was inside the jade slip either. It was just that young master said so. He obviously would not fight a battle he had no confidence in. Of course, the more important thing was that Xiao Yun simply did not believe that Yi Yuan could send him along his way using a jade slip. Xiao Yun guessed that there should be a pill formula inside the jade slip. Yi Yuan should be thinking of using a pill formula to bribe him. He took this too lightly. Think it's impressive that you can memorize a few pill formulas? Knowing how to recite pill formulas doesn't equate knowing alchemy skills. Even if Yi Yuan had an incredible master who taught him countless types of pill formulas, he was only a low-rank alchemy master. Today, Xiao Yun came to let Yi Yuan know that he was merely an alchemy master. Xiao Yun sunk his divine sense into the jade slip. The expression on his face involuntarily froze. He immediately frowned, then became dazed. Following that, his eyes lit up, and finally, it was a mesmerized face. Luer kept staring at Xiao Yun, observing how the look on his face changed so richly. On top of curiosity, she felt that young master was really too amazing. At first, when she heard young master say that this elder wanted to find him to spar in alchemy skills, Luer was shocked for a long time. In Luer's understanding, a quasi-alchemy king was an extremely powerful existence, even more amazing than old master. Such a figure actually came to compete with young master in alchemy skills. However, shock was shock. She still chose to believe in young master. This sort of baseless trust, even she herself did not know why. Anyway, she just believed that young master was the strongest. Even a quasi-alchemy king could not beat him. Of course, her understanding was one thing. Whether or not this jade slip could let a quasi-alchemy king scram was another matter. When she said the jade slip to Xiao Yun, Luer was still having doubts in her heart. But looking at that expression changing like a conjuring show on Xiao Yun's face, Luer knew that this elder would not want to enter. Indeed, young master was the strongest. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Xiao Yun left. When he arrived, his aura was tumultuous, and he nearly tore the house down. But not 5 minutes said after he entered the house, when Elder Xiao Yun walked out of the courtyard with a besotted look like he had acquired some treasure. What's with Elder Xiao Yun? His stance earlier, no matter how you looked at it, it looked like he went to find trouble, right? Why is it like this now? Who do I ask if you ask me? It hasn't been 5 minutes since he entered the courtyard. Even having a conservation wouldn't be so quick, right? Do you feel that this newcomer, Yi Yuan, is full of mystery, like he is unfathomable? Speaking of which, it really seems to be a slightly so. Did you notice that senior apprentice brother Tsing Chung has already returned for a very long time, but still has not come to find trouble with Yi Yuan? I heard about that. The two of them really met before. But after senior apprentice brother Tsing Chung took a look at Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai token, he immediately stood there mindlessly and did not even know that Yi Yuan left. Furthermore, did you know that the last time Yi Yuan went to the Support Star Pavilion, he accepted a level 9 mission? No way? So exaggerated? Then did he complete it? Don't know. Shouldn't be complete, I think. No matter how heaven-defying a 4th level spirit condensation realm, it's also impossible to finish a level 9 mission, right? That's true. After Yi Yuan entered the sect, he stayed in his dwelling and had little outside contact. He only did a few things, but these few things made him appear mysterious in the disciples' eyes. And after Xiao Yun got that jade slip, he directly returned to his own refinement room without even informing other people. The group of elders was still waiting for his news, but it was like he evaporated into thin air. The elders only sent someone to inquire in the Earth Barracks after not getting Xiao Yun's news for a long time. They only knew that Xiao Yun already went there with this inquiry, but he arrived hastily and left swiftly too. They only knew that Xiao Yun returned to his own residence after they continued investigating. But the elders only knew that Xiao Yun directly entered a retreat and was not meeting anyone after the elders went to his place to ask. After going one big circle only to get such news, it really angered everyone until they were tender on the inside with a burnt exterior. This old punk is too irresponsible. Notify us if you're entering seclusion. You made everyone wait for your news. However, while they were dissatisfied, everyone was even more doubtful now. Even if Yi Yuan's level was really extremely high, he could not have made Xiao Yun return in defeat after 5 minutes, right? Just what did Xiao Yun experience at Yi Yuan's residence? Chapter 250, One After Another. Chapter 250, One After Another. At the Pill Hall, many elders were gathered together, discussing Xiao Yun's sudden seclusion. You guys tell me, what did Xiao Yun encounter at Yi Yuan's place? Why do I feel that this is more and more abnormal? Logically speaking, the greatest possibility for Xiao Yun's close seclusion is that he was defeated and felt that he lost face, so he was said to come and see us. That's why he chose to enter seclusion. But the problem is Xiao Yun did not even spend 5 minutes at Yi Yuan's residence. It's not even enough for them to have a conversation. Yeah, 5 minutes isn't even enough to explain a pill formula clearly. What can they do? This isn't competing in martial arts either. Can Yi Yuan even one-shot defeat him? Elder Xian, you're our big brother. You've got to step up for this matter. Can it be that we, such a large bunch of elders, really have to be defeated by Yi Yuan? Once these words were said, the group of elders looked towards the elderly person sitting at the main seat with his eyes shut to rest his mind. He was the Pill Hall's third seat, the number 1 person beneath Ouyang Yu and the Vice Hall head, Xian Yuanshu. Xian Yuanshu was the elder with the highest seniority and the highest realm. He naturally became everyone's pillar at this time. Likewise, a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, but Xian Yuanshu's strength was much more powerful than Xiao Yun's. He had already advanced to high-rank quasi-alchemy king for decades. Although he was still not quite at Ouyang Yu's level, he was not far off. About Yi Yuan, an alchemy master becoming a Pill Hall nominal elder, Xian Yuanshu obviously had quite a few veiled criticisms, or else he would not have appeared here today. It was just that he had always been respectful towards Grand Elder, so he did not voice out the entire time. Xian Yuanshu naturally looked forward to Xiao Yun challenging Yi Yuan, but did not imagine that he would actually lose. This way, he was naturally pushed out by everyone. Looking at the elders crowding over, Xian Yuanshu's eyes snapped open. Sweeping a glance across everyone, he sighed and said, "Fine then, this old man will take a trip down and have a crack at this Yi Yuan." Xian Yuanshu was already old. Even if he was displeased in his heart, he was unwilling to do this sort of seeking to prevail over others. While Xiao Yun's strength was not on par with him, this 5th seat was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. Originally, he thought that he could capture the enemy easily, but did not think that such a thing would happen. Such a strange situation. It was naturally the safest to invite the hall head to come forward, but this way there would be no room left to maneuver. Xian Yuanshu has lived in the Pill Hall all his life and had very deep emotions towards the Pill Hall. Now that this matter involved the Pill Hall's honor, he had no other option but to throw his old face away. A 200-plus-year-old man facing a 15-year-old youth. Even if he won, it would be winning unscrupulously. If he lost, then his reputation would truly be lost. If this were before, Xian Yuanshu would never really think of the word lost. But with Xiao Yun's incident as the herald, he did not have too much assurance currently. Just as everyone said, this Yi Yuan was very peculiar. The elders were initially worried that Elder Exan would be unwilling to stand up. Now that they saw him agree, they were naturally beside themselves with joy. Exan Yuanshu was not as arrogant as Xiao Yun. When he arrived at the Earth Barracks, he directly knocked on the number 72 door. After Xiao Yun's service, Yi Yuan's residence was already familiarized by the Pill Hall elders. Before this, these elders truly would not be able to remember what number residence a core disciple was staying in. The one who opened the door was still Lu'er. She only peeked her small head out and did not have any intention of letting Exan Yuanshu enter. Exan Yuanshu was just about to speak when Lu'er took the initiative. "May I ask for this elder's name?" Exan Yuanshu was dumbfounded, but he still reported his name. "This old man is Exan Yuanshu, the Pill Hall's third seat. I'm—" Bang! Lu'er shut the door before Exan Yuanshu even finished talking. Exan Yuanshu was stunned at first before boundless humiliation and anger from Imbara. Sment followed tightly. Indeed, like master, like servant. The master is so insensible, and the maidservant is the same, who treats guests this way. Even if you, Yi Yuan, are really a Pill Hall elder, I, Exan Yuanshu, am also your senior, right?" Exan Yuanshu was just about to blow his top when the door squeaked open again. This time, Lu'er poked out a small head plus an arm. "Elder Exan, is it? This jade slip is for you. Young master says that you'll leave on your own after reading it." Lu'er was afraid that Exan Yuanshu would not read it, so she added on, that Elder Xiao Yun previously also left after reading the jade slip. "Finus. I plus ing." The door shut with a bang again, and not a sound could be heard after. Exan Yuanshu held the jade slip in his hand with a stupefied face. He had already overlooked the way Yi Yuan and Lu'er treated guests and focused his attention on the latter half of Lu'er's sentence. Xiao Yun actually went into seclusion because of this jade slip? With Yi Yuan's realm, what could the jade slip he carved be? If one were to talk about something Yi Yuan had that Xiao Yun would take a fancy upon, that could only be pill formulas. Yi Yuan knew many pill formulas that the sect did not. This was already common knowledge among the elders. But would Xiao Yun give up the challenge because of a pill formula? Wasn't this taking things too lightly? After thinking for a long while, Exan Yuanshu could not figure it out either. He decided to take a look at the jade slip first. When Exan Yuanshu sunk his divine sense into the jade slip, he immediately understood why Xiao Yun entered closed seclusion. Following that, his expression became as interesting as Xiao Yun's. Elder Exan has already gone for such a long time. Why isn't he back yet? No idea. Could it be that the two of them are locked in a pitched battle? How is that possible? Elder Exan's level is practically reaching hall heads. Isn't Traz I plussing Yi Yuan a piece of cake? Then how do you explain why he hasn't returned yet? In the Pill Hall, two elders fell silent at the same time. Suddenly, they exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, but they chorused together. Can it be a closed seclusion too? Hence, they sent somebody to inquire again. The result they obtained was indeed a closed seclusion. The group of elders exchanged glances, but did not know what to say. This sort of situation was seriously too abnormal. The Pill Hall's third seat and fifth seat went to find Yi Yuan to challenge him, but the result was that they entered seclusion bafflingly without even notifying them. What kind of situation was this? Just what kind of hex did Yi Yuan cast to actually let Elder Exan and Elder Xiao enter a retreat with even giving us a heads up? They didn't fall under some kind of hex, right? When encountering an inexplicable situation, people would naturally lean towards black magic. The group of elders had nothing to say in response. After a long while, an elder suddenly stood up and said gravely, "I'll go and meet Yi Yuan too. I don't believe that he can make me enter close seclusion too. Finus. Plussing, without waiting for the group to stop him, he directly hastened out of the door. He left threateningly, but the result was that he did not come back either. That elder also directly entered a closed seclusion. The development of this situation was more and more peculiar. The elders felt that this was absolutely preposterous. If it was only one or two, then fine. But wasn't 3 people somewhat unexplainable? But this matter had yet to be concluded. In the following 2 days, there were several more elders who viewed themselves highly and were unwilling to submit that went to challenge Yi Yuan. But their outcomes were all closed seclusions. Chapter 251, Sorcerer Yi Yuan. Chapter 251. Sorcerer Yi Yuan. The Pill Hall elders all entering closed seclusions caused an uproar in the sect. Did you guys hear? More than 8 elders announced closed seclusions after visiting a Martial Hall Corps disciple called Yi Yuan's residence. How can we not hear about it? The news about Pill Hall elders frequently entering and exiting the Earth Barracks has already given rise to much debate in the sect. It will be hard to not hear it. Now, they are all saying that the disciple called Yi Yuan is a sorcerer. It's rumored that those 8 elders all went to find trouble with Yi Yuan, but they failed to daunt Yi Yuan. Instead, they chose closed seclusion straight away. What sorcerer? Those elders have incredible powers. They are all late-stage sea transformation realm powerhouses. How can they be hexed by a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist? And can it be that you know some behind-the-scenes stuff? This disciple was clearly also a gossipy person. Hearing the other party, he could not help probing curiously. The other disciple smiled mysteriously and said, "Hee hee, talking about inside stories. I reckon that other than the parties involved, no one else knows. But a genius, discovered something fishy when I went through some careful deducing." The gossipy disciple's eyes lit up. This incident had already become the hottest topic in the sect these past few days. But Body knew what happened in between, including those Pill Hall elders. Now, someone actually said that he knew the backstory. This was clearly enough to whet people's appetite. One Tez, quickly say, "What did you find?" That disciple smirked smugly and said mysteriously, "Ever since the incident occurred, my initial view was the same as yours, which was Yi Yuan cast some spell. But after thinking about it, that's not right. Those few elders have unparalleled abilities. Even if Yi Yuan's enchantment was heaven-defying, it's also impossible to cross 2 major realms to cast a curse, right?" That gossipy male thought about it and nodded, saying, "That's true. This explanation is unreasonable." Hence, I started to rack my brains to find what these 8 elders have in common. To have made 8 elders enter seclusion at the same time, Yi Yuan definitely prescribed the right medicine for the disease. Then what was this disease? The disciple deliberately beat around the bush as he boasted. The gossipy man was indeed very cooperative. He asked puzzledly, "Yeah, what is the disease?" "My G. Oh, D, just tell me. Is it fun to whet people's appetite? 1T? I noticed that these 8 elders all issued level 8 missions in the support star pavilion before." "What? That's the common area you talked about?" "Ha ha ha, are you kidding? You mean that Yi Yuan answered all those level 8 missions? That's how he made all 8 elders enter closed seclusion? Do you feel that it's possible?" The gossipy man felt like he was tricked and mocked him. "Humph humph. You can't choose not to believe it. At first, I was also taken aback by this thought of mine. But this was the only possibility that I could think of. So I went to the support star pavilion to inquire. Then guess what? This time, the gossipy man was stupefied. He could not help asking, what could it be? Yi Yuan really received all these level 8 missions? Nah, but the day before Elder Xiao Yun went to find Yi Yuan went to the support star pavilion and stayed for an entire afternoon. He did not take on any missions. He just kept looking through missions on the Mission Jade wall nonstop. Just based on that, you have to know that Yi Yuan even took on Grand Elder's level 9 mission previously. If he really completed the level 9 mission, what does a few level 8 missions even count as? But is this possible? Although I don't believe it either, I seriously can't find a more rational explanation. Sect Master, this Yi Yuan is absolutely a sorcerer. You take a look at the pill hall now. How many elders are left? In front of Luo Qingfeng, Ouyang Yu denounced Yi Yuan as a sorcerer with bitter resentment. Within 2 days, all the elders who went to Yi Yuan's residence all announced close seclusion. Luo Qingfeng actually felt very uncertain in his heart too, but his expression remained unchanged as he said, Yi Yuan is only a spirit condensation realm martial artist, while the elders are all sea transformation realm experts. Furthermore, those few elders are all late-stage sea transformation realm experts. How can Yi Yuan possibly cast any hex on them? Then how does Sect Master explain this incident? If this continues, our pill hall is going to collapse soon. Without those few elders refining quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, the martial hall elders are unable to cultivate. Sect Master, I suggest restraining Yi Yuan first to make him explain things clearly. Ouyang Yu said furiously. While these words had some threatening intent, what Ouyang Yu said was the truth. These 8 elders were all peak existences in the pill hall. Without them, they could not refine medicinal pills. If they kept staying in seclusion, problems would surface in the sect sooner or later. Luo Qingfeng frowned and said, better wait another 2 days. Yi Yuan is a nominal elder that Martial Uncle Skymaple recommended. Before making clear of the situation, we shouldn't do anything rash. Sect Master, didn't you notice that Martial Uncle Skymaple is also beguiled by Yi Yuan? He is a puny little spirit condensation realm and low-rank alchemy master. What right does he have to be a nominal elder? Moreover, Martial Uncle Skymaple is currently in closed seclusion too. Don't Sect Master find it strange? Being told of this by Ouyang Yu, Luo Qingfeng's determination appeared to be somewhat wavering. Sect Master, while I don't know what means Yi Yuan used, but don't tell me that you can carry on waiting in such a baffling situation right now. What if Yi Yuan really has ulterior motives towards the sect, and we don't do anything? When the time comes, we'll be the tranquil cloud sect sinners. Ouyang Yu pressed on tightly. Luo Qingfeng's eyes glimmered. He nodded and said, all right then. This sect master will question Yi Yuan personally. Just what did he do to the elders? Come men, call Yi Yuan over for me. Luo Qingfeng left a trace of leeway in the end. If Yi Yuan were really innocent, then when Grand Elder exits seclusion, it would really not be easy to account. Ha ha. Indeed, it really was like this. Indeed like this. Truly fantastical. For the lucidum bloodgrass to have such miraculous use, it's truly wondrous. I was saying why I keep being unable to refine the spirit wind pill. Turns out that adding the lucidum bloodgrass together with the core ingredients can increase the circulation speed of essence energy. Inside Xiao Yun's refinement room, he laughed madly. He refined the spirit wind pill every time according to the pill formula. But each refinement, the quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, spirit wind pill, would be low grade or even worse. Xiao Yun kept being unable to figure out where the problem lied the whole time. It turned out that the pill formula itself was incomplete. He had also tried to improve the pill formula, but it all ended in failure. Left with no other choice, he hung this as a mission in the Support Star Pavilion in hopes that other elders or genius disciples could help to reform the pill formula. But it had not been successful. After Xiao Yun took Yi Yuan's jade slip, it talked about the method to improve the spirit wind pill. He was immediately hooked. Alchemists were all a bunch of madmen. They could research a type of pill formula tirelessly without rest. Xiao Yun was troubled by this pill formula for many years. How would he be in the leisure mood to go bother about other things? Hence, he chose to enter close seclusion right away to refine the spirit wind pill according to Yi Yuan's method. Sure enough, it was a success. Chapter 252, Sharpening One's Knife. Chapter 252, Sharpening One's Knife Spirit Wind Pill was a type of actual combat medicinal pill. Its applicability was very broad. After consuming a spirit wind pill, the martial artist could muster essence energy at an increased rate. When on Lee's plussing the same move, a martial artist who consumed a spirit wind pill could save half the time. At a realm like the Sea Transformation Realm, saving half the time to unleash a move meant holding an absolute initiative. Your move was already released while others were still ACCU, mulating power to unleash their move. Which martial artist did not wish to have such an advantage? If the Tranquil Cloud Sect's Sea Transformation Realm martial artists carried such a medicinal pill around with them, their combat power would undoubtedly soar. It was precisely so that Xiao Yun expended such a huge amount of energy on this medicinal pill. But this sort of Tier 4 medicinal pills was really not so easy to refine. The defective products that he refined not only had extremely severe side effects, but the medicinal effects also were not obvious either. Such a medicinal pill was clearly unable to be used for actual battle. Now that he had resolved this difficult problem, Xiao Yun felt reinvigorated and his spirit refreshed. He decided to properly thank Yi Yuan. As for the matter of finding Yi Yuan to compete, it was long tossed beyond the ninth heaven by him. After exiting seclusion, Xiao Yun ran straight to the Earth Barracks number 72, but he just happened to be MP into Yi Yuan, leaving with a young man. And Yi Yuan, Guobin, where are you guys heading to? Xiao Yun asked with a face full of smiles. Yi Yuan was at a loss. He did not even recognize this person. He only remembered that Xiao Yun seemed to be a pill hall elder. As for his name, he could not recall it. When Guobin saw Xiao Yun, shock was written all over his face. He hurriedly went up to salute. Disciple Guobin has seen Martial Uncle Xiao. Replying, Martial Uncle, Sect Master made me call Yi Yuan over to question him. Did Martial Uncle Xiao exit seclusion? And question, did something happen? Xiao Yun's face fell as he asked. Guobin hesitated for a moment, but still summed up the incident simply. Speaking of which, Xiao Yun was the first person sent to seclusion by Yi Yuan. But when Xiao Yun heard him, he immediately flew into a great rage. Utter nonsense! What sorcerer? Yi Yuan is someone who rendered meritorious service upon the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Aren't I perfectly fine? When did I get hexed? Which be A-S-T-A-R-D talk behind my back. Is this cursing this elder? Come, I'll go along with you to see Sect Master together. He turned to Yi Yuan again and said, Yi Yuan, I'm called Xiao Yun, the Pill Hall's 5th seed elder. Thanks to you, I finally successfully refined the Spirit Wind Pill. When Yi Yuan heard that, he immediately knew who the other party was. Those few level 8 missions were naturally incomparably easy to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he prepared over a dozen copies of Jade Slips. Whoever came Luer would directly hand the jade slip to him after inquiring that person's name. It was also under such a stance that after 8 elders announced closed seclusions, and, body came by anymore. Seeing Xiao Yun express thanks, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just a simple matter, that's not worth mentioning." To you, it's a simple matter. But to me and the sect, it's a huge matter. Originally, when Grand Elder made you a nominal elder, Old Xiao, was truthfully speaking unconvinced. But now, I'm sincerely convinced. Come, I'll help you explain to the sect master. Finus. Xiao Yun dragged Yi Yuan and walked off. Guobin by the side was shocked to the absolute limit. Nominal elder? What kind of situation was this? A spirit condensation, realm core disciple was actually a pill hall nominal elder. When he came to look for Yi Yuan just now, his attitude was quite arrogant and bossy. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was rather cooperative. Otherwise, he would have made a move. Thinking of how he nearly struck out against a pill hall elder, Guobin could not help breaking out in cold sweat. Offending one's superior, such a crime was not what he could afford to bear. Guobin's status in the sect was even higher than Mo Yuntian and Xian Lai, because he was sect master Luo Qingfeng's personal disciple. Even with this layer of ident, tie there, if Yi Yuan were bent on pursuing it, he would also land himself in serious trouble. Moreover, Xiao Yun even said just now that Yi Yuan's nominal elder was personally conferred by Grand Elder. Grand Elder was Luo Qingfeng's martial uncle. After just 2 steps, Xiao Yun suddenly thought of something and turned around to say to Guobin, "If you heard that just now, then fine. But you're not allowed to spread it around, got it?" Guobin nodded mechanically, somewhat set out. Not sure if he really heard it or pretended to. When Luo Qingfeng and Ouyang Yu saw Xiao Yun arrive together with Yi Yuan, they were at a loss. "Why did you come, Xiao Yun?" Ouyang Yu asked in puzzlement. Xiao Yun gave the two a bow and directly said, "Sect Master, Hallhead, you two are mistaken. Yi Yuan did not cast any spells on us, but performed deeds of valor for the sect. If you punish Yi Yuan, wouldn't this disappoint the hearts of all the disciples and elders bitterly? Deeds of valor? What does that mean?" Luo Qingfeng asked uncertainly. Xiao Yun recounted the process of the incident, leaving the pair staring with their mouth agape. No matter how they racked their brains, they could not figure out just how Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao level would be so high at such a young age. Could it be that he started learning alchemy skills in his mother's womb? If my conjectures are correct, the other elders should be the same as me. Yi Yuan helped them resolve a problem that had troubled them for many years. That's also to say that our tranquil cloud sect's alchemy path strength will take a huge stride forward. You guys tell me, did Yi Yuan perform valorous deeds? Xiao Yun was all worked up. Luo Qingfeng and Ouyang Yu exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in the other party's eyes. "Yi Yuan, why didn't you say earlier that you did something so big? We nearly wronged you." Luo Qingfeng looked at Yi Yuan as he sighed emotionally. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Actually, Grand Elder purposely goaded everyone to find trouble with me on that day. I guessed Grand Elder's intentions. So I also made preparations in advance. These few days, I avoided meeting people not because I want to put on airs in front of the elders, but because I was really training in closed seclusion. The sect's grand compet. 1. Tie-in is about to begin. I had just broken through realms recently and needed to consolidate my cultivation realm. The sect grand compet. 1. Tie-in was about to begin in another 2 or 3 days. Yi Yuan was also itching to give this compet. 1. Tie-in a go. The reason why he entered the sect was in order to have exchanges in martial arts with all kinds of geniuses. This way, he could rise even quicker. Even though Yi Yuan was formerly a divine king realm powerhouse, his foundation on the martial path was too weak. He basically had no real combat experiences. While the horizons of these sect geniuses were not as high as Yi Yuan's, they naturally had their forte to be called geniuses in the sect. Such a compet. 1. Tian was also an extremely good opportunity for Yi Yuan to temper himself. Why would he miss it? In order to deal with Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan must experience countless bitter fights. How could he be able to temper himself for future battles without going through all these? Through some medicinal pills and cultivation these few days, Yi Yuan already thoroughly consolidated his realm. He was sharpening his knife just to deal with this upcoming grand compet. 1. Tian. Luo Qingfeng had a look of realization when he heard that and said, "So that's the case. It was us who wronged you." Just as Elder Shao said, "You've performed meritorious deeds for the sect." The sect, naturally, would not be stingy either. With your abilities, I reckon that you'll turn your nose up at Tier 2 medicinal pills. How about this? The sect will reward you a spirit artifact, a martial technique, and 2 types of medicinal herbs. You go and pick yourself. The points from these level 8 missions will also be awarded to you accordingly. How's that? Towards something good like this, Yi Yuan obviously would not reject it. Hence, he nodded and accepted it. The following 2 days, Yi Yuan continued to make preparations for the sect grand compet. 1. Tian, while the elders in closed seclusion, all exited seclusion, one after another. After they exited seclusion, they obviously heard all kinds of rumors and gossips. They all went to find Luo Qingfeng to explain for Yi Yuan. Luo Qingfeng had to expend a great deal of effort before he could explain it clearly. After 2 days, the sect grand compet. 1. Tian was about to begin, but Yi Yuan welcomed a guest. Chapter 253. A&A Lysis. Chapter 253. Lysis a few days ago. He received Yi Yuan's message asking him to make a trip back to the sect, saying that he already collected enough points and could exchange for the lower half of the Purple Center Soul Incantation. Receiving this news, the shock in Jiang Yunha's heart could not be any greater. It was not even a month since Yi Yuan left the state of Qin. He already earned enough points. One had to know that he had already been the dean in the state of Qin for over 10 years before barely scrimping 1 million points. He still lacked 400,000 points. Yi Yuan actually earned 400,000 points using less than a month. He told Yi Yuan that he had 1 million points, so he thought that Yi Yuan only had 400,000. But when Jiang Yunha met Yi Yuan, and he directly transferred 4 million points into his ident. 1. Tai token, he stared at Yi Yuan blankly for a long time, unable to say anything. This. It hasn't even been a month since you entered the sect. Where did so many points come from? Jiang Yunha asked in astonishment. Her extorted a small sum and also did some missions. Yi Yuan explained with a chuckle. Seeing Yi Yuan dismiss it lightly, Jiang Yunha's heart crumbled. Who did he extort to get so many points? Even elite disciples and these external staff members could not possibly have so many points on them, right? Jiang Yunha's brain could not quite wrap itself around this. After a long while, he shook his head and said, "No can do. I've already said roughly 1 million points these few years. I don't need so much. Just 400,000 will do. I'll transfer the rest back to you. You've just entered the sect and don't know the preciousness of points. Save these points to use for yourself." After Dean Jiang exchanged for the Purple Center Soul Incantation, you still have to think of ways to raise your realm. There are still many areas you need to use points for. Keep your points for yourself. Don't worry, Dean Jiang, I have plenty of points. Even cultivating to the sea transformation realm inside the sect is enough, Yi Yuan said. Jiang, Yunhe sucked in a cold breath instead. Enough even to cultivate to the sea transformation realm? How many points was that? Those dozen over jade slips that Yi Yuan prepared were all put to use in the end. The worst among these jade slips were level 7 missions. The points from over a dozen missions added up virtually caught to up SkyMapple's level 9 mission. It was close to 300,000 points. In addition to the 1 million points from selling the pill formula and SkyMapple's 500,000 points, Yi Yuan roughly had around 3 million points on hand, even if he transferred 1.4 million to Jiang Yunhe, he still had 1.6 million points left. Even if he spent every day in an A-grade cultivation room, he could stay for 20 years. If he really did that, would Yi Yuan be limited to the sea transformation realm? Of course, Yi Yuan naturally would not use such a clumsy training method. Sea transformation realm was not as distant as others imagined in Yi Yuan's viewpoint. Yi Yuan would not spend these points like that. He would spend them even more extravagantly. The next few days, Yi Yuan already spent several tens of thousands of points. The vast majority of them were used to exchange for some rarer Tier 2 and Tier 3 medicinal herbs. To Yi Yuan, points were just numbers. The real thing was the most fundamental. When he was at the State of Qin, Tier 3 medicinal herbs were already extremely precious. Even if Yi Yuan had abilities to mount the heavens, he would also be like a clever wife unable to cook without any rice. But there were many precious medicinal herbs in the Tranquil Cloud sect that were simply unseen in the secular world. Yi Yuan could use them to refine many medicinal pills in case of unexpected needs. Towards Yi Yuan's words, Jiang Yunhe remained somewhat suspicious. But after he looked at his ident, Tai token, Jiang Yunhe finally accepted Yi Yuan's aid. I originally thought that I have to slog for another few more years in the State of Qin, but I didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Jiang Yunhe said, sincerely. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, to alchemists, alchemy grandmaster to quasi-alchemy king was an extremely huge threshold. Cross it, and one would be a sect elder and belong to the sect upper echelons. Fail to cross it, they could only fade away into the SES, and become outer circle people taking care of the sect. Dean Jiang is too courteous. If not for you asking teacher Huyen to protect me, I'd have already become a dead soul under Su Yubai's palm. This minor thing is not worth mentioning, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Since that's the case, I won't give such a cliché reaction. I'll accept this big gift. Oh, right, tomorrow is the sect grand compet. Tie-in. Yi Yuan, I know that you are extremely strong, but your realm is too low in the end. There are still a few people you have to take note of, Jiang Yunhe suddenly said. Yi Yuan also became interested after hearing that. It had been nearly a month since he came to the Tranquil Cloud sect, but he only had dealings with those Pill Hall elders. He really did not have the time to understand which formidable characters the Martial Hall had. I'm willing to hear the details. Yi Yuan revealed an eager look. Jiang Yunhe nodded and said, in my opinion, although you're in the Earth Barracks now, your strength is already not beneath the Heaven Barracks core disciples. Within the Heaven Barracks, there are several people whose strength is relatively heaven-defying. When you encounter them, you have to be careful. Of course, the reason why they are strong is that their realm is much higher than yours. If you guys were at the same level, I believe that you can instantly defeat them. Jiang Yunhe's judgment of Yi Yuan's strength was actually roughly the same as Mo Yuntian's. The 4th level spirit condensation realm Yi Yuan was most likely not inferior to those elites in the Heaven Barracks anymore. But when comparing to the pinnacle in the Heaven Barracks, Jiang Yunhe did not have much confidence. Yi Yuan's current strength was likely no longer inferior to an ordinary crystal formation realm martial artist. However, even Sun Cheng could achieve crossing ranks to kill an ordinary crystal formation realm martial artist. The strength of Heaven Barracks disciples could be imagined. Don't think that Sun Cheng was very formidable in the Earth Barracks. In the Heaven Barracks, he was Traz. H. Plus Yi Yuan was obviously very clear about his own strength. However, as for how far he could go, he himself did not know how things stood. Dean Jiang flatters me. Just which few are they? There are 3 people you need to pay attention to. The first is Luo Chengfeng. This person is only at the peak of the 9th level spirit condensation realm, but his strength is already firmly in the top 3 of the Heaven Barracks. Many half-step crystal formation realm Heaven Barracks disciples are not his match. It could be seen how great his strength is. This person is, as his name implies, Chengfeng or Riding Wind. He specializes the most in swift attacks. His opponents tend to have difficulties in following his speed. If you match up with him, take care not to clash with him. Jiang Yunhe said. Yi Yuan nodded, but did not say anything. He truly had no fear in comparing speed. Jiang Yunhe continued. The second person is a girl. Her name is Tang Yuer. She has the extremely rare innate water spirit body. Only 2 years older than you, but already a half-step crystal formation realm expert. The speed of her cultivation is number 1 in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Without any accidents, she will probably be able to break through to the crystal formation realm latest by next year. When Jiang Yunhe finished talking, he suddenly felt that something was off and could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan. To talk about the monstrosity of cultivation speed, most likely an body could compare with this person in front of him, right? This was not even a month yet, and this boy broke through 2 realms consecutively again. Jiang Yunhe knew that Yi Yuan only used 3 to 4 months' time to go from 1st level Essence Chi realm to 4th level Spirit Condensation realm. No matter how monstrous that Tang Yuer was, she would most likely need 5 years, right? Chapter 254. There would be no stories without coincidences. Chapter 254. There would be no stories without coincidences. Yi Yuan nodded inwardly and remembered Luo Qingfeng's and Tang Yuer's names. For Jiang Yunhe to be so serious about this matter, these 2 people were definitely peak existences in the Heaven Barracks. Their combat power was likely no longer beneath crystal formation realm experts. The sect grand compet. 1. Time was not a death match. Yi Yuan naturally could not use all of his trump cards. Although his trumps cards were powerful, once they were unleashed, even he had difficulty controlling them. A move like 1,000 Flowing Petals, once unleashed, would be to the death. It was truly very monstrous for a spirit condensation realm to be able to mobilize heaven and amp, earth essence energy. But once the move took form, he was also unable to control the power. As for the Tier 4 essence fire, once he released it, it would even instantly burn the other party into nothingness. While Yi Yuan refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, it was still clearly extremely forceful for him to want to control the might of a Tier 4 essence fire at present. This way, the means Yi Yuan could threaten a late-stage spirit condensation realm with was greatly reduced. Luckily, Yi Yuan's present spirit void shattering S.P.A.C. first level was already trained to the Great Circle realm. His speed was already not beneath a late-stage spirit condensation realm martial artist. Coupled with the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine, Art's mortal chapter's second skill, essence energy ignition, he also had the capital to fight. As for win or lose, even he himself dare not guarantee anything. When the time came, it would have to depend on his live performance. Who is the last person? Yi Yuan asked. Jiang Yunhe revealed a grave face and said, "You have to be careful of this last person. His name is Tianyu, Grand Elder Skymapple's grandson. Among the core disciples, he is publicly acknowledged to be the most talented person." Yi Yuan became interested when he heard that and asked, "Oh, what amazing aspects does this Tianyu have?" Tianyu had abnormally high powers of comprehension since young. Like you, he also made it past the Nine Heavens Road. Although he did not pass south the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm like you, he had only broken through to the Spirit Condensation realm not long before. 3 years ago, when he said the Nine Heavens Road, he was only first-level Spirit Condensation realm. Now that 3 years have said, he's already a half-step crystal formation realm expert. Barring no accidents, he would surely advance to elite disciple this time. If you encounter him, you must be careful. In Jiang Yunhe's heart, his appraisal of Tianyu was clearly extremely high. If Yi Yuan had not appeared, then Tianyu would be the number one person among the young generation in Jiang Yunhe's heart. Putting Yi Yuan aside, a cultivation speed of 3 minor realms a year was indeed sufficiently outrageous. Furthermore, he even took the crucial step to break through to the crystal formation realm. Half-step crystal formation. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, the earlier one said the Nine Heavens Road, the greater the potential it signified. Mo Yuntian and Xian Lai were the same. And those who cleared the Nine Heavens Road all had extremely formidable combat strength. They could basically sweep across all martial artists of the same level. For Tianyu to be able to clear the Nine Heavens Road at the first-level Spirit Condensation realm, it could be seen just how monstrous he was. "Many thanks for Dean Zhang's tips," Yi Yuan said. Seeing off Jiang Yunhe, Yi Yuan did not choose to enter a close seclusion. Instead, he took a leisurely stroll around the sect. A great battle was nigh. Embracing Buddha's feet to pray for help at the last minute was clearly useless. Might as well relax and adjust his state of mind. The second day, the curtains for the sect Grand Compet. 1. Tian was finally drawn back. Victory Peak, the battle arena for the sect Grand Compet. 1. Tian. Many platforms were set up on it. At the present moment, thousands of disciples were gathered at the peak. These disciples were all the future hope of the sect. These thousands of disciples were all selected very carefully from the Tranquil Cloud, 10 nations, all earth-shaking existences, when placed in the secular world. But the vast majority of them could only become an outer sect disciple and fade into the SES in the sect. The number of core disciples was 200 people, while the number of elite disciples was only a scanty few 20 people. Elite disciples, core disciples, and outer sect disciples compet. 1. Tian's sites were separated, and the one that was the focus of all was undoubtedly the elite disciples area. These 20 people represented the highest level among the younger generation. Regardless of whether they were core disciples or outer sect disciples, they obviously would not miss out on watching their matches, hoping to comprehend something from within. However, the Grand Compet, 1. Tian was carried out at the same time, only by Finus. Plus in one's match in advance, could one have the time to go watch other people's match. It was very clear that due to there being too many outer sect disciples, the arrangement of their schedule was the tightest. Yi Yuan, what number did you draw? Do you know who you're facing in your first match? Nanfeng Ruwatching asked. The Pill Hall had a compet. 1. Tian 2, but the duration was much longer than the martial halls. Hence, the Nanfeng aunt and niece came to cheer Yi Yuan on. I drew number 52, but my opponent for the first match isn't fixed yet, Yi Yuan said. He did not care who his opponent was. He would rather it was Tianyu. Yi Yuan truly looked down on ordinary 7th or 8th level spirit condensation realm martial artists. That's to say your opponent is number 149. I wonder who number 149 is. Nanfeng Jiro said. The core disciple numbers were fixed at 200 people. The disciples would draw lots to determine the opponent. After drawing lots, number 1 would fight number 200. Number 2 would fight number 199, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan drew number 52. His opponent was naturally number 149. Of course, in order to not let the strongest core disciples meet in advance, which would greatly deplete the later matches, adversely, the top 10 in the previous compet. 1. Taiyan automatically became seeded contestant. The strength of these 10 people's opponents was relatively weak. There was basically nothing to watch at the start. Their opponents would basically admit defeat right after coming up. However, special circumstances had naturally occurred in the past compet. 1. Times before, such as the rank 11th disciple being unfortunate enough to draw a number after number 190. Then the first match would be exciting. But relatively speaking, such a situation was extremely rare. Yi Yuan drew number 52. The chances of matching with a strong person were not great. Screw it. Deal with it when it comes. Long Tang, what number did you draw? Yi Yuan asked Long Tang, who was beside him. When fighting, core disciples were not divided by heaven or earth barracks. Number 170, Long Tang said. Oh, like that, huh? Against number 31, it feels like a strong person. Yi Yuan said. Long Tang replied nonchalantly, doesn't matter. Deal with it when it comes. Ha, that's good then. With your strength, charging into the top 50 shouldn't be any problem. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. I hope so. Long Tang was also someone who made it past the 9 Heavens Road. It could be seen how great his perception was. This 1 to 2 months, Long Tang improved extremely quickly. It was just that he did not have the chance to display it. Yi Yuan believed that before long he would surely stand out conspicuously. All disciples listen up. The Sect Grand Compet. 1. Taiyan is about to begin. Quickly find your platforms according to your numbers. A martial hall elder mustered up essence energy to shout loudly. Yi Yuan and Long Tang's eyes met when they heard that and smiled. They each went to their platform. Yi Yuan was number 52, which was also at platform number 52. When he arrived at his platform, the number 149 disciple was already there early. When Yi Yuan saw the other party, he was involuntarily stunned. There would really be no stories without coincidences. Chapter 255, number 52. Chapter 255. Number 52, Tseng, you looked at Yi Yuan, who was opposite with a green face. He never imagined that he would encounter this ominous star in the first round. After Tseng Chung returned last time, he warned him to absolutely never provoke Yi Yuan again. You got to be kidding. A newbie disciple with over 1 million points on him. Who knew what kind of terrifying background he had? Even ordinary elders did not have so many points, but it was on a spirit condensation realm disciple. This was too peculiar, listening to his elder brother's words. Tseng, you also knew that Yi Yuan was not someone he could afford to offend. It was just that he never expected he would be. MP into Yi Yuan, so coincidentally in the first round. The Sect's Grand Compet. 1. Time begins now. The Martial Hall elder's voice resounded once more. The Grand Compet. 1. Taiyan officially began. Fierce fighting sounds rose one after another, instantly enveloping the entire arena. However, Some platforms were silent, such as platform number 52. Yi Yuan did move. Neither did Xingyu. Xingyu was no fool. Yi Yuan could defeat him at second-level spirit condensation realm, let alone now that he was already fourth-level spirit condensation realm. I concede. Without much hesitation, Xingyu admitted defeat very decisively. Platform number 52. Number 52 wins. The elder's voice sounded out again. Every platform had an array installed. The elder could understand the activity on the platforms at the first moment through the array center. The elder's voice was slightly hesitant. He clearly did not think that the first to win would actually be the unknown number 52. Normally, the first platform to win would either be number 1 or number 2 because the difference between both parties was too great. However, the sect Grand Compet 1. Taiyan was also hard to come by chance to temper one's self. To be able to seek guidance from the number 1 or 2 ranked core disciple was something that other disciples wished for. Remarkably, few people would concede. Xingyu admitting defeat directly also resulted in Yi Yuan become the first to win among the 100 platforms. Who is on platform number 52? The opponent didn't purposely give up, right? Yeah, in the past Grand Compet 1, Taiyan's, it's basically always number 1 who wins first. The gap between senior apprentice brother Tianyu's strength and ours is too far. What the L is with this number 52, who popped out this time? Who knows? Logically speaking, other than those few sickos in the top 10, the disparity in strength for those behind would not be too ridiculous. Even if they lose, it's impossible to be faster than senior apprentice brother Tianyu, right? Who cares? After this first round is over, we'll naturally know which deity is this number 52. The worst of the Heaven Barracks rank 1 was quasi-elite disciple strength. They were existences, like cranes, among chickens, among the core disciples. Hence, every Grand Compet 1, Taiyan, it was basically always number 1 who won first. But a little hiccup happened right from the start today. An unknown number 52 was the first to win. This attracted quite a few curious eyes. Although winning first did not mean anything, this sort of hiccup that subverted the past could still add conversational topics for the Grand Compet 1, Taiyan. The disciples started the Compet 1, Taiyan directly after drawing lots. So apart from the first 10, who were predetermined, others did not know who had which number. Platform number 1, Tianyu was just about to attack when he heard the elder's voice. His heart involuntarily jolted. I heard that 2 core disciples who made it through the 9 Heavens Road were brought over recently. One of them succeeded in clearing the challenge with Essence Chi realm cultivation. Could it be that this number 52 is one of them? Tianyu thought to himself. Those who cleared the 9 Heavens Road all knew that one could obtain enormous rewards from there. To challenge the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm, the difficulty was far beyond imagination. Even Tianyu himself only dared to challenge it after reaching the spirit condensation realm. Without question, Yi Yuan's emergence gave Tianyu intangible pressure. Now that such a peculiar situation occurred in the Grand Compet 1, Taiyan, it really stirred Tianyu's curiosity. Tianyu looked at his opponent opposite him and said coolly, "Sorry, let's end like this." Finus. Plussing, only to see a streak of sword beam flashed over. His opponent flew out. The number 200 drawn today was not mediocre. He could not help that the disparity between him and Tianyu was too great. He did not even get a clear look at how Tianyu attacked just now, as if he did not even move before. Such strength was too terrifying. Number 200 struggled to his feet and said respectfully, "Many thanks for senior apprentice brother Tian, you showing mercy. I lost." Tianyu nodded and walked down the platform. Such an opponent simply could not draw his interest. If he were willing, that move just now would have already killed the other party. However, this was the sect Grand Compet. One, Tian. The other party was only slightly injured. Within the spirit condensation realm, Tianyu was virtually invincible. His opponents had never been spirit condensation realm martial artists. Only those people among the elite disciples were his rivals, and in the not-too-distant future, he would also trample those people underfoot. However, that youth who challenged the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm still made him garner some curiosity. Although he did not think that the other party was stronger than him, he could not deny that the other party should not be inferior to him. In reality, Tianyu was also prepared to challenge the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm. But at that time, he did not feel very confident, so he gave up. The other party being able to clear the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm at best only meant that his luck was slightly better than his. He heard that the state of Qin youth called Yi Yuan was forced to enter the Nine Heavens Road. He must have stimulated his potential in a hopeless situation before he could successfully clear it. Tianyu strolled leisurely to the center of the array formation. He came to find the elder hosting the array formation. "It has been tough on you, Elder Feng." Tianyu gave a bow and said, "Oh, it's Tianyu. How is it tough to serve the sect? You came to ask about that number 52, right?" Elder Feng said with a chortle. Tianyu did not conceal it and nodded slightly. "I thought that you wouldn't pay attention to this sort of minor matter. After all, it's only a matter of moments if you want to beat your opponent." Tianyu smiled and said, "I only want to confirm something." Yi Yuan and Long Tangpa S said the Nine Heavens Road, while it was not considered confidential information, reports from the secular world dojos were generally straight to the top. Ordinary elders did not know, nor were they interested in knowing this kind of stuff. Tianyu was the Grand Elder's grandson. His ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. This bit of special privilege was naturally there. Elder Feng would not refuse to give him this face either. He was just rather curious that this sort of small thing like number 52 winning would actually draw Tianyu's concern. The way Elder Feng saw it, you should be going over to the elite disciples' platforms right now. The battle situation over there was very intense. It currently should not have ended yet. Number 52 is called Yi Yuan, a newcomer core disciple. Speaking of which, it's kind of strange. This boy is actually only 4th level spirit condensation realm, while his opponent is already at the peak 6th level spirit condensation realm. Yet he actually conceded straight away. Elder Feng talked about the situation he understood from the array formation, but did not notice that Tianyu's expression became increasingly uglier. It was indeed this Yi Yuan. I didn't think that he broke through to middle stage spirit condensation realm so quickly already. Looks like the benefits he obtained on the Nine Heavens Road was even more than me. As expected, I should have challenged it at the Essence Chi realm. Tianyu sighed quietly to himself.